Welcome back to Oceania 2084, our campaign of the game of the same name that we have been playing here at Streaming Rainbow. If this is your first episode watching this, I want to, right at the beginning, mention, yes, this is 1984, the game. It is influenced by multiple dystopian stories focused on authoritarian overreach and oppression, and it reflects the lived realities of a lot of people around the world right now in a lot of different ways. Unlike 1984, this is set in a techno-feudalistic post-liberal democracy society that is run by oligarchs and technocrats, and where there is no distinguishable difference worth noting between the state and the large monopoly that is, in fact, the state. Oceania itself is one of 5 components of the Conglomerate, which is this monopoly, and that is where our story is set. It is a difficult story. We are not gratuitous in our description of violence. We are very, very careful to be safe at the table for the sake of all of you, as best we can do that, who are watching this, even though we don't know what your personal needs are, and for everybody here at the table. With that having been said, we're going to get into some tough stuff. There will be violence. There will be uncomfortable situations. There may be death. So if you, and this is not a hero, this is not heroic fantasy. This is not wish fulfillment. So that is not the mode that we're engaging in this story with, or those themes in. It's going to feel pretty grounded and realistic. There are sci-fi elements which can help create a little bit of distance, but we live in a kind of a sci-fi world in real life right now, so not that much distance, right? If that's not what you're up for tonight, that is, or whenever you're watching this, that's okay. We have lots of other programming you can check out. These fine folks who are with me here have lots of other things that you can go see them do as well. This particular group of people that you have in front of you, you can watch us do lots of things because we love to play things together. So you got choices. If this proves to be too much partway through and you want to skip the rest of the episode, this is an episodic West Marches style game, which means that we have a cast of 13 resistance character players, plus me playing Big Brother. This is a game that does not have a GM. There's a lot of shared narrative control and responsibility for facilitation across the table, even though you will see me doing some things that look traditionally GM coded. And you can watch a different episode, or you can come back to this one when you feel up to it. It's entirely okay. Take care of yourselves. With that said, I want my friends here to introduce themselves, who they're playing, and one place where we can find them. I will then come back to introduce myself, tell you a little bit about tonight's story, and then we're going to get started. Let's go in alphabetical. So let's go Anna and then Fish.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna, or Anna Eliza. You can also find me under the username locallvluplady everywhere on the internet. You can usually find me over at my home base on Hilarity Save RPG, where I do all of the pre-recorded podcast stuff and creative production there.
Awesome. Oh, and sorry,
Hello.
who are you playing?
Oh, yes. I am still playing Cynthia Hillcroft, who uses she, her pronouns. I use she, they pronouns.
Thank you. Go ahead, Fish.
Hello, I'm Fish. I go by Fishfinlee all over the interwebs. I sing, I draw, I play games. It's a very fun time. You can find everything that I'm up to at fishfinlee.card with 2 R's.co. I am on everybody else's channel except my own. Seriously, that is the best place to find all of the things I'm up to. I've got commissions open right now. All of the other shenanigans, all on fishfinlee.card.co. I go by they, them pronouns. I am playing Seven, a surveillance unit, a sentient surveillance unit who also goes by they, them pronouns.
Thank you so much, both of you. And I am Danny Mendoza, he, him. I am playing Big Brother. So I am everything wrong with and bad in the world. Anything bad that happens to these characters will be me. Anything that anybody who they don't know already, who is not a trusted character, I will play. That does not mean, above table, that those people are not safe, right? Or cannot be made into friends or can't be trusted. It means that their characters don't know yet. Right. All consequences will come from me. All ministries will come from me or be controlled by me. The thought police are controlled by me. And I am playing a very different game than they are in conversation with the game that they're playing. So I'm actually going to roll dice a lot more than they are. If you haven't watched this before, you're going to see me roll dice a lot. You're not going to know why, and neither do they. And they're not going to know how that turned out until it's too late. Welcome to Oceania. So, a couple of things I'm going to mention. And here I will point out that there is an asymmetry of power by design. So, I'm about to say a bunch of banned words. These banned words are not allowed to be said at the table at the level of the fiction or above table. If they're said above table by the actual players at the table, it's a thought crime, just like if their characters say it. Some of these are words, some of these are names. The names are of characters that have so far been vaporized in our campaign, meaning they weren't just executed by the state. The entire history of their existence has been wiped by the state from official history. So it is a crime to refer to them, to admit that they existed, to remember them. These banned words are share, band, support, for, both as the digit for and the word for, F-O-U-R. Jax, Oleana, Randy, Kadir. I can say those all day. If these fine folks say them, it's not going to be good news for them. City atmosphere. This is a generative game. When you are putting this together, you can pick from a list of 10 or roll a d10 to decide what kind of city atmosphere you want to go for. Since this is a West Marches approach, I decided that we're going to lean into the fact that in autocracy and authoritarianism, contradiction is a feature, not a bug, and that everybody's lived experiences are idiosyncratic. So we actually have 4 groups of 3 that have been integrated so far into the city that you all are welcome to use or not as you wish when thinking about what the atmosphere of the city that you're in within Oceania is like. Violent, pungent, scared. Ecological, spacious, paranoid. Silent, empty, solemn. Grandiose, commercial, private. So, you have those available to you in the chat for this session. Without further ado, we are going to dive right in to the morning phase. For those who haven't watched this before, there are 6 phases. There are a certain number of acts per character per phase. You'll follow the rest as we go. This particular morning phase begins, is not interrupted by, but begins with a morning broadcast. Your screens come to life all at once, those integrated into your body and those around you, presenting the bold metallic emblem of Consolidated Broadcasting, a subdivision of Mini-True that is, as you know, in charge of establishing what is true. Before transitioning to a special documentary short produced directly by Minipax, the Ministry of Peace. Footage cuts directly to the muddy, war-torn trenches of the front lines. Unlike typical sanitized state propaganda, this broadcast is unbelievably gory. It is entirely uncensored. The camera captures high-contrast, shaky cam images of Oceania's military forces systematically slaughtering East Asian enemy combatants and terrorists. The sounds of close-quarters violence and industrial gunfire blare through the speakers of every device in the city all at once. So you're not just hearing what's going on in your housing unit, you're hearing it from everywhere. There is an unseen newsreader speaking above this footage, celebrating an Oceanian soldier, a highly decorated hero whose face has been plastered across state newspapers for months. Narrator explains that our valiant troops executed a high-risk rescue operation to retrieve this patriot from behind enemy lines, stealing them back from these terrorists. Camera slowly pans over the recovery site, finally locking onto what turns out to be the soldier's remains. He is completely dismembered and heavily mutilated. It holds on this for 5 minutes in dead silence. Do either of you look away?
I don't think that Seven can.
No.
I think it's literally projecting in their mind.
Cynthia has a cup of coffee nestled in both of her hands. She isn't sitting on her couch, she's standing in front of it a bit, just staring at the television. She's not looking away, but she's been staring at it for so long without blinking that she isn't really looking at it anymore either, really.
Okay. It completes, and so your day begins.
Seven, I think the morning news wakes Seven up, and Seven is laying there in their bed with this image projected into their vision. They because of what they are to the state, they don't really have the option of looking away or turning it off. They just have to grin and bear it, which they do. And they continue for another 5-10 minutes after the morning news had finished, just staring at the ceiling, before they get up, kind of shake off the like shake off the initial shudder that sort of news gives you, and looks around their room, because it's been like 2 days since they've seen their roomie, and they were kind of excited to tell their roomie, who is named after the number that comes after 3, um, about their recent promotion that they got. They recently got bumped up to bureaucrat level 2, and that brings with itself its own like degree of trust and a little bit of freedom, if you know what does freedom mean actually. But Seven was very excited about it, excited about telling their sister actually about it, and they look around and they realize there was a little photo of the two of them that had been sat on the kind of one table in this room, and that photo is missing, which really only means one thing. It means that the identity of their sister has been systematically erased. Their presence has been erased, and as such, this photo is no longer allowed to exist. And Seven, the gears shift in Seven's head as it clicks what that means, and Seven is very careful not to make an audible reaction, but definitely has a very physical one, um, uh, before they start scrambling around their room, searching for any remnants of anything that may have indicated that this person did exist. Their sister was real. And I am going to look for the note that I above table know exists.
You are able to find that note without having to search for something, because that doesn't actually allow you to find notes. So you've just found it. And because 4 is dead, you gain 2 hope in finding it. So please add 2 hope to your sheet. And if you'd like, read out the note so that our audience knows. what it says.
I actually think that you should read out the note because the note has words that I am forbidden from saying. You have
I'm
done this
really
to us.
We've done it together. I'm really not supposed to do that, but I
All
will say
right,
this is
all
our
right. I can read it then.
okay.
So the note says 7. I cared so much for the work, but they don't care about us. The point is, I care about you. Stay safe, and it is signed with their name, of which I cannot say. I'm sure I'm going to commit plenty of thought crimes today, so I'm trying my best to avoid them right out the gate.
Fair enough. May as well try,
um,
right?
yeah. But seven reads this, and I think they start crying. They like the wet starts falling down their face as this confirms for them that they don't exist anymore, and they're no longer allowed to acknowledge they exist anymore. Uh, but knowing what having this on them could mean for them, they immediately go to hide it again.
Okay.
They
You
don't
are
want it to be on their person whilst they are
sure that
in the
makes sense.
world.
You are going to use your second act there to hide something then.
Correct.
Okay. Describe how your resistance character hides something in their surroundings.
I think they put it back where they found it, given that it was a good enough hiding spot to avoid detection in the first place.
Okay.
Um, and then Seven's just going to sit there with their fear and their sadness, and just process. And I'm gonna wind down for the remainder of the morning time.
Okay, you're able to wind down because this is not a work phase. It is not a thought crime, and you're able to remove one stress. Where's your stress at now?
0.
Okay, perfect. So that is your morning, Anna.
Cynthia woke up this morning excruciatingly early. She didn't really sleep a whole lot the night before. Not that she does anyway nowadays. Um, she woke up early. She got herself ready for work. Today, she's wearing a similar outfit to yesterday, but her blazer today is navy blue and her skirt is pressed just so, as is her button down top that she wears. Um, she made coffee. She went about her routine as she always does, but she tried to do so quietly, alone. She left the lights off until she absolutely needed to flick them on to maneuver about the kitchen. And when the news broadcast came on, she was just getting ready to settle in with a book, approved reading, of course, when the news story played. And she stared at the television for a long time, too long, until her eyes started to glaze over and felt dry from staring. And once that image was off her screen, she continued to sit and think about how she wanted this life, didn't she? There was a time when she was growing up in a neighborhood, a small house where she had to share a bedroom with her younger sister, where her mother and father, while he was alive, struggled, struggled to keep food on the table, struggled to make sure they had plenty of rations to get them through every week, every month. And then she met Howard, and everything was good for a while, for a long while. But being loyal to the conglomerate and working for them and working for the unity of the whole, it takes a toll on your mind and on your heart, and the things you wanted so badly become needs and expectations that need to be met. And she thinks about that. She thinks about how she used to smile when riding bikes with her sister and didn't think about her face being plastered across television screens, being told that she doesn't put her family first. She does. She always has. That's why she does this. That's why she sacrificed taking any wedding photos with her mother, because she didn't want to besmirch the image of their picturesque household that they have here, right? And she thinks all this while hugging her coffee until it starts to go cold. And there's still plenty of time left to her morning before she has to leave for work.
I think I need you to make a value test.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, while we're here, I think I would like to call a value test for 7 as well. Because
I
think
almost asked you both to do good think before. Was that what you were thinking, or do you want to do a different one?
I was thinking family first, actually.
Let's do both for both of you, actually.
Okay.
Because I was going back and forth on the good thing. But let's do, I think both matter. So let's start with, actually, you all know how these rules work, right? So just roll your stuff and tell me if you had to roll over under which emotion you went with and what the outcome was.
I have to roll over. I'm going to try to roll over guilt.
For a good thing. Perfect.
Okay. Yes. I got it.
Good thing. I'm going to try to roll over sadness.
When you rolled over on guilt, you need to increase anger or fear. Which one?
I will increase fear, which is now a 6.
Great. You're going to pick up a traumatic memory off of that associated with guilt. Associated with fear, because that's what hit 6. So please add a traumatic memory. Note that it has to do with fear, and then explain to me at the level of the narrative how your fear increased in this moment to a point where it created that traumatic memory, and then reset your fear to 3.
Yep.
I rolled for sadness. For good think, I have to roll over. I rolled the number that's bigger than 3, which is good because my sadness is a 3. Okay. So I'm pushing my apathy up by 1, which gives me a traumatic memory for apathy and resets my apathy at 3. And then for family first, I rolled a 5, which is bigger than for sadness, which is bigger than the 4. God damn it! See, I knew it was gonna happen.
I said it too, man.
And I'm going to use that to push up despair. So despair is now at the number that's bigger than 3.
Okay, perfect. That works very well. I knew
it was gonna friggin' happen.
Thank you. Yeah. So we just need one more family first test from Cynthia. And then when that is done, both of you are able to resolve this at the level of the narrative, especially as it relates to the traumatic memories triggered. Cynthia, what was going on with the family first test?
I'm going to try and roll over sadness, which is a 3 for me currently.
Okay.
I rolled, once again, the number that comes after 3. So I rolled over.
Great. So that was on sadness, which means you have to now increase apathy or despair. Which one?
Take another traumatic memory. I will increase apathy to the number that comes after 3.
Okay, perfect. So now you both are able to, in any way that you see fit, express these results at the level of the fiction, please, and thank you.
For 7, they're sitting on their bed, really just kind of processing the truth that is their sister's vaporization, and kind of they're using this moment to wind down, which is in and of itself kind of like wildly dystopian. But they're trying to, because the memory was associated with apathy. I think this really fits of they're really thinking about what that means for the fate of their sister, and how that is affecting them emotionally, and how the way that they get through this is by uncoupling themselves from that feeling altogether. Really leaning into the apathy of it, really leaning into the lack of feeling, and that's how they're able to wind down in this moment, is their uncoupling from their sadness.
As Cynthia sits with these reflections, these memories, and the images across her television screen, she remembers a few weeks before she got married. She and Howard had been engaged for a little while, but not too long. Things were pretty swift then, security and all. She got into a fight with a childhood friend of hers named Jericho, who asked her pointedly if this is what she really wanted for herself, and if this is something she could really commit to, that the people up top would eat her and her family alive eventually. And she remembers feeling doubt in the days leading to her wedding, but pushing it aside because her husband cares for her and she cares to be with him. And they loved each other in that way until seemingly they didn't anymore.
Okay. How much stress does Cynthia have right now?
3.
Okay. What acts would Cynthia like to take this morning?
Um, she woke up early. She got everything done that she needed to do to get ready for work. Um, I think she and Howard would speak to each other when
Okay.
he
Uh,
gets up and gets around.
yeah, I'll introduce Howard to the scene with a reaction. Howard walks into the room fastidiously dressed. Did the two of you sleep in different rooms last night?
I don't think so. They are married after all.
So Howard had, when you woke up, already been in the shower and watched the morning news in the panels in the bathroom. Uh, when it was completed, you heard the shower go off, and Howard moved through the space of your room without looking at you, went into relatively spacious for this kind of unit walk-in closet that has, as of recently, mostly been taken up by his clothing, and got himself dressed. Had not come back out since then, and came out ready for the day, impeccably tailored for his station, and looks to you and says, "Better today than yesterday."
Do you remember the day that we first met?
Of course. What about it?
What happened from your perspective?
I met my wife, who I love and have sought to make a life with in line with what is right. What do you remember?
I remember that you tripped over yourself at a coffee shop And I remember thinking that it was funny that somebody with such a serious face was capable of doing something that could make me laugh in a public space.
Yes, the comedy of juxtaposition. That is a good one. I do not like embarrassing myself in
I know.
public. I did not appreciate tripping.
People hardly do. And I also remember commenting that the way that you had tied your tie was crooked and fixing it for you. And you asked what neighborhood I grew up in and frowned at me.
It was not an ideal response, but I saw past it to potential. I still see potential.
If you see potential, then I think it would do you well to consider details.
What sorts of details?
Well, if I'm putting in the effort to make sure that our family matters, going forward, I think that you should as well.
What should I do differently to provide you with better support in your endeavors?
See me.
What don't I see of you? What are you hiding?
I'm hiding nothing, dear. What do you see when you look at me, other than wife, other than housemate?
Today or in general?
In the broader sense, in general.
I see someone who has worked diligently in the light of the conglomerate to find a better life than they had inherited from their family who had disappointed them before they were born. I see someone who is capable of doing more than they are doing right now. I see someone who has disappointed themselves with some of their decisions and who is still not beyond saving. I see someone who I hope to get to see for many days to come. But that is not up to me, that is up to them.
Funny. I see the same thing when I look at you.
My family may not have had the highest station when I was born, but they did have some station. They did accomplish some things. They did not squander and act as parasites on the conglomerate's back. And I believe that you want that as well, not just for you and for me, but for any family we may have. Is that true?
Certainly. I also remember you telling me how you detested how your father never spoke to your mother.
It was a naive time in my life. I have come to understand that, like all things in life, marriage requires work, and work is not always what we want it to be.
Work is responsibility.
Yes, and we are responsible to each other and to the conglomerate above all.
We are also responsible for one another, yes?
Yes,
Good. So if what you are saying is true, you will come home on time tonight. You will not be late. Right?
if I come home at the time that you have appointed as on time, Will we be able to go the rest of today without discussing divorce?
And you will bring me my favorite flower, which I presume you still remember what that is.
I will pass your test. I will bring you the flower as it is allowed and as is our custom. What will you do to mitigate the embarrassment of yesterday?
I will be your wife, and I will not fight with you. And I will not submit another set of divorce papers without the proper protocols having been met.
I suppose that will do. Support for support. That is a marriage, yes?
It is what our station has deemed a marriage as being.
It's probably about 10 minutes. Can I ask, was this a deep connection? Or extroverted romance affection, or any other specific act?
I was kind of thinking the same thing. I think this would constitute as being a deep connection action.
Well, here's another question. This is a little
Okay.
bit about
Okay.
learning game mechanics. You
Hmm.
haven't
Hmm.
taken an act yet this
Yeah,
morning, if I'm remembering correctly. You
I
have
don't
up
believe
to
so.
3. If I would buy, because again, Howard is a stranger at the moment,
Right.
I would buy befriend into deep connection in what we just played
Okay.
out. I will also point out that if you are going for extroverted romance slash affection, which I will remind you, affection does not need to be romantic,
Mhm.
um, you would be able to do 3 value tests. If any of them fail, he becomes hostile.
Yes.
But if you succeed, you not only gain 2 love in that success, but you also get to make him into a friend
Hmm.
in one act, as opposed to taking an act with a value test to make him a friend and then doing a deep connection in order to try to gain one hope. I will even go so far as to say, because we are early on in this campaign and I'm feeling generous, that I would even interpret what we just did as extroverted romance slash affection first, followed by deep connection. So you can get both of those done in this interaction if you want.
I almost feel like things between Cynthia and Howard are still very rocky. I don't think Cynthia is fully convinced yet that things will be fine or that
Mhm.
Howard will keep his word. Um, she's just not fully convinced.
Sure.
That being said, I feel like even though she's playing the game, so to speak, of putting in the work to be fine for the conglomerate, to put her family first for unity's sake, I
Mhm.
don't necessarily think that this is an act of extroverted affection from her yet, because things like that can't be
Cool.
fixed overnight.
Yeah.
However, I could definitely see this being, even if there's an ulterior motive here of just keeping things afloat for as long as possible for her own survival, um,
Mhm.
perhaps the befriend act being the most fitting.
I think that makes sense. And you can still do deep connection after that.
Mhm.
You were trying to connect there. And what happens with that, I would argue in that order, ideally, so you can mechanically benefit from it, is we as a table decide whether or not it feels like a deep connection was actually made. And uh, if we decide yes, then you get a hope if it's a trusted character. So that only happens if you succeed
Okay.
on the value test and then make Howard into a friend rather than a stranger. So for the value test, I'm pretty torn actually
Mhm.
between family first and tell no lies. What feels right to you?
I'm also very torn on this. I feel like
If I may
Yeah,
tie break
please.
as the
Absolutely.
collective table.
Yeah.
I kind of think tell no lies, especially since we already did a family first
Mm.
It
test with
feels
this.
it feels very much like tell no lies. Yeah. I mean, you're doing it for family, like for or whatever. You're trying to make the family ties work for the sake of autocracy, right? But yeah, you're definitely at least a little bit lying about it, I think. I don't know. I'm not in your head, but I would guess that. So
Girls gotta survive.
tell no lies is good or bad for you.
That is good. I'm trying to roll over. I'm going to try to roll over guilt, which is 2.
Okay. Okay.
5.
Okay, so that means that you are going to increase anger or fear. Which one?
We're going to increase anger up to 4. I took a traumatic memory last time with anger.
Okay, perfect. So you go ahead and increase that to 4, and you are able to add Howard to your sheet as a friend,
Wow.
which now means I'm no longer Howard. Somebody at the table gets to play
His
Howard in
eye,
this scene or in the future.
Howard.
Yes. I am Howard. I pass the baton unto you. I will say you also gain 1 love. So please add 1 love to your sheet there.
Beautiful.
And how do we feel about deep connection on this? Do we think that the character is engaged in deep, vulnerable, and heartfelt conversation, or did that not happen? It does
Again,
not
as
have
the
to be
collective,
multilateral, but yes.
as
Go
the
ahead.
collective table.
Mhm.
So
Our
sorry.
limited
It's just
pool
really
here.
funny because there's only one of us at the collective table.
Yeah.
I personally do think that counts just because it felt like a solid step up from both sides in pursuit of a more deep connection.
At the very least, for them to both live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that in a way that I don't think breaks any rules in terms of what I'm supposed to do as a Big Brother player. My intention in playing him was that he was trying. That was him trying, right? For whatever that's worth. So yeah, I also vote in the direction of that. Anna, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So also take 1 hope. Here's the thing though. Those are 2 acts. You're at 3 stress. I need 2d6 rolls, please. And you need to tell me if either of them's a 1.
Okay. Very close. No. Very close. A 2 and the number that comes after 3.
Okay.
Okay. So you're all good.
The face you made was not.
When I saw the 2, I was like,
You have up to 1 more act available to you in the morning. What would you like to do?
I think we have made it to a point in the morning where they're not yelling at each other or arguing with each other about anything and everything. I think they have this conversation. There's still quite a bit of time before Cynthia has to leave. She looks back to the TV. The image is gone now, but it's still burned into the screen, into her mind. She takes a deep breath. She sits down for a while with her cold cup of coffee, and she'll wind down.
Okay. Lower your stress from 3 to 2. And that is the end of the morning phase. You are now in the work phase. I will remind both of you that you do not, formally speaking, have to go to work if you don't go to work. I know. Also, neither of you have left for work yet, so you do need to at least spend 1 act to go somewhere to get to your workplace.
Mm-hmm. Well, 7 gets up from their rest, makes sure that they appear like nothing has transpired, and they will go somewhere as they feel the kind of pulse in their circuitry of the instructions for the day. They have been instructed to head to the nearest bureaucrat office building to stay the nearest bureaucrat office building, so that they can be stationed right outside of one of the desks, right near the really big windows that cover the whole first floor of that building. Their instructions for the day is to just monitor and surveil the employee that works at that particular desk. And so Seven begins their adventure out into the world and will go somewhere to go to where they have been called to be stationed.
Okay. That is going to be one act. You have no stress. You're able to just do that. And as a part of the Go Somewhere act, you are able to describe where you go to any degree that you'd like.
Mm-hmm. As Seven approaches this building, it's a very tall, very menacing building. Um, they walk inside. They make sure they straighten their lapel. They make sure their hair is slicked back, and they take a step inside and scan the room. The room is this first floor has windows all the way around, really big, very uh, impressive windows to let in the light. And it's lined with receptionist desks. And Seven feels a pulse in their circuitry that instructs them to go to desk number 3 over by kind of the backside entrance, where there is no one yet stationed at this desk. It is just an empty desk for the time being, and they walk over, and kind of hover right up against the window, waiting for whoever is meant to be stationed here.
Okay. I will remind everyone at the table, you don't have to complete all of your acts in a row. You can hold them and ping pong as you wish. Anna.
Yeah, with that, once the clock strikes, it's time to go. Cynthia will use the Go Somewhere Act to head to the office building that she works. Um, there are large windows out front, and as she makes her way inside to her desk, um, prepared to hear Ariana's usual nervous chattering, she sees someone else there, right?
Yep.
All right, so both of you are in the same space, if I'm understanding correctly, and it seems that Seven has been assigned to your desk.
Correct.
Cynthia, her grip.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cynthia. I need for Cynthia a 1d10 because you do still have 2 stress.
I gotta stop rolling this curse number. The one that comes after 3. I gotta stop rolling it.
Better for you than a 1.
True.
Right?
It's true. It's just like every time it happens, I feel dread in my soul. Ugh.
I feel like that's kind of the point, actually.
yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's what is meant to happen. Cynthia sees you, and she tilts her head. Her grip on her briefcase noticeably tightens a bit, almost white knuckled. And she puts on this very kind smile and says, "Oh, good morning. I was expecting somebody else."
Surveillance Unit 7. Pleasure to meet you. There's really bright red circuitry kind of crawling out from the back of Seven's neck up towards their ears, in a way that makes it very visibly clear that, like, something audio.
Good morning, Seven. My name is Cynthia Hillcroft. She sits down and starts looking through her emails.
Quick question. 2 questions. One is, could you tell me, either of you, both of you, a bit more about this workspace so that I get a sense of how much space is around you, what other desks are there, that sort of thing. And then the second question after you answer that will be for you, Anna, about whether or not sitting down and going into your emails means that you are working, taking the working practical act, which ends your, like, it's the last act that you can take in this
Mhm.
work phase.
Mm. Well, I mean, in terms of how I've been imagining this space, it's very much like it has the energy of like an urgent care waiting room, in that
Mhm.
it's fairly open, but there's not much room to like just move around. And that there's probably at least five, maybe six receptionist desks. I would assume if in a building this big, you'd need that sort of like ability to handle that kind of inflow of people.
Mhm.
I would also assume there's some level of security present as well, because I know that the last time that this building was brought up, there was mention of needing to prevent people from running into the upper floors in a distressed state. So there's probably at least like one or two kind of rehabilitation officers stationed somewhere in this room.
What is that in terms of the space itself?
Mhm.
Does that sound like it about covers it on your end too, Anna?
Yeah, I think specifically where Cynthia is stationed, she is certainly not like the overseer of all of the other clerks and secretaries in this position. But I do believe that she is kind of stationed in an area of the office building that does have a modicum of control, so to speak, over the flow of some of the offices where meetings take place and appointments take place. People call in and they book in appointments to speak with people that work upstairs. And that is something that she takes a lot of pride in working with and overseeing. And with that, I do think that there would be security personnel, because the people in those upstairs offices, some of them are important, um, and they need to be protected.
Okay. So with what I've gathered off of what you all have said, I am collectively across the areas that you described introducing 16 strangers to the
We're on
scene.
the first floor of a Kaiser Permanente. That is that is the energy.
So there are 16 strangers within rough eye line of where you are
Mhm.
at various levels, fulfilling various duties that I have introduced to the scene. I'm saying this specifically, among other reasons, so that you know that if you want to engage with any of them, you can ask about that. And I've put 16 people into the scene.
Mhm.
Uh, so that brings me to question two. Anna, is Cynthia working?
Before she really buckles in to work for the day, I am going to take the notice someone act to kind of look around now that this surveillance unit has been stationed at her desk. Cynthia is just kind of curious about if there's any other increase in surveillance or security personnel in the office space. Not necessarily because she's nervous, but because being a woman who works at a desk all day, you tend to notice things like that after a
Mm-hmm.
while. So, especially the other day when she was working, seeing somebody break out into sobs and swiftly be replaced by another, um, she's kind of looking to see if that replacement is still around or if they too have now been replaced.
So you're specifically looking for the other worker who was brought in to replace the sobbing person.
Yeah, or if they have now been replaced by somebody new.
No, that person is still there. And what did you notice about that person when you first saw them?
When she first met them, there wasn't anything overtly discerning about their appearance that caught her eye, so much as their social demeanor was much more rigid. She very distinctly remembers after the previous employee was dragged away by security, making a passing comment about how outbursts like that should be kept in the privacy of one's home, to which this employee told her that they shouldn't happen at all, which is something I think as she sees them is a phrase that immediately echoes in the back of her mind.
Okay. You see this person there. This person sees you and makes eye contact and nods. Otherwise, this person is working, and you are able to see a like an ID badge on them, and the ID badge notes that they are Joan.
Interesting. Okay. Cynthia makes eye contact, holds eye contact for just long enough to be deemed appropriate and comfortable, gives an affirmative nod back, and
Mhm.
her eyes flick down to her computer screen again, but then they flick over in the direction of Seven, and they say, or she speaks to Seven, and she says, "So, how long can I expect you to be stationed here in our office building?"
My current assignment is indefinite.
Oh, well, I don't know if they gave you a tour when you came in, but if you need water, there is a cooler in the eastern break room, and there are 3 restrooms to the left. There is 1 for public use and 2 for the use of Conglomerate officials. Be sure to use the correct one.
The clarification is appreciated.
That is what I do. And then I think with that short interaction, Cynthia will flick her eyes back to her desk and continue working. If possible, I would like to ask, while Cynthia was sort of looking at Seven from the side of her eye, did
Mhm.
she notice anything in Seven's expression while speaking to them?
Um, I'm gonna make a roll for my own decision making. Seven is being very deliberately calm, um, in a way that is noticeably like intentional. Like nobody looks this like flat
Mhm.
when they're just feeling neutral. Like this is the kind of expression someone puts on when they're trying to hide any sort
Mm.
of other feeling. Um, and they're doing it for the sake of their own they're stationed here to surveil you. So as you're kind of looking at them out of the corner of your eye, you watch as Seven pulls out a sort of kind of tablet thing and begins typing as they start taking notes about like any visible movements that you make, given that all of the auditory stuff is immediately sent back.
Mhm. I think Cynthia notices that because she knows that feeling all too well. And she knows that expression all too well because she practices it often at home. And as she begins working, she doesn't look back at you, but she simply says, "If you keep your shoulders that high, um, you'll make your back sore tomorrow, regardless of what position you sleep in. I don't recommend it. It's very uncomfortable if you plan to be sitting at a desk all day."
I think Seven is caught a little off guard. But you watch as their shoulders visibly go down a little bit. Thank you for the advice.
It's better for your posture. You do this long enough, you start to catch yourself turning into a shrimp.
I think that makes Seven chuckle. I think Seven chuckles at that. Jokes are welcome at the moment, even if Seven doesn't want to acknowledge that out loud. There's a sort of like break in the tension of their just standing there, and it's and it kind of in this moment, and obviously like I'm not telling you what your character thinks at all, but like in this moment, Seven appears more like a person than a walking recorder, you know? And I think Seven is gonna say, we should get to work.
Oh, I've already started work for the day. And as your composure started to break, you would notice that Cynthia is currently in the process of dialing a phone number because there is somebody who is late to their appointment, and she will continue her workday from there on.
So technically, within there, I do believe you probably did about 2 acts. A little bit of it is a little bit around the edges of rules as written, but you at least noticed something and then did work. So if you could roll me 2d10s, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Could I also ask if that could potentially count as I know we had talked about briefly deep connection being a thing we could do between player characters.
If y'all want to, absolutely. I'm gonna need a third d10 from you, Anna, and I'm gonna count that in both directions if you both want to get the hope. So
first 2, I got a 10 and a 7, and then for the deep connection roll, that is a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I will, because I think I used 1 act to go somewhere, and then another, I think just deep connection, and then work.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't have stress, so you don't need to worry about that right now. But Cynthia, you do get a note in your display that shows up, and it is an official notice that says that the Mini Love Committee for Public Good is making a home visit today, and you are expected to continue work uninterrupted while it is conducted.
All right.
Joy.
Oh, joyous day.
I know that Fish, you already mentioned for 7 all of the 3 acts that you plan to take. Was there anything else you wanted to say about any of them?
No, I think 7 is like they were yesterday, just focused on doing their job despite the emotional turmoil that is happening in their own brain.
Okay. That takes us to the end of the first work phase and the first 2-minute hate. The unblinking lens of Big Brother AI projects an image of Big Brother standing on a grand, sterile stage in front of a towering screen. Below the podium, you see the face of an officer, a woman neither of you have ever met. You can tell from the way that she is dressed that she, at least until very recently, was an officer. Big Brother leans in and says, "This person here, her name is Roberta. You don't need to know her last name because her last name doesn't matter. She hurt each and every one of you. Understand that Roberta here was entrusted with our confidence. Roberta was made to have access to things that could hurt all of you because we believed in Roberta. We saw potential in Roberta. We understood that she could be better than she was. She could do more with her life. All she needed to do was choose to do it. Something that all of you, I know, are doing every day, that all of you are doing right now. And Roberta here made it so that now we need to check all of you to see if you might be failing in the way that she failed yesterday. Roberta is the reason why you today, during your work period after lunch, are going to have to undergo a thorough audit. Roberta is the cause of any problems that might come out of today. But there won't be any problems, will there? Because as much as Roberta here is responsible for all of this, all of you will be responsible if we find anything in those audits that we should not find. So, go to lunch when you're done here. Relax. Enjoy yourselves. Do not do any work, as your workstations are ours. But before then, before you come back, having not changed anything on them before we meet you, because we love you and we love Roberta, we want you to tell Roberta exactly how you feel. We want you to show Roberta what happens to those who forego their responsibilities and disappoint the great people of this conglomerate, who betray their family. Show me, friends. Show me that you are not like Roberta. Show me that you are better. Show me that you are who we need you to be. And you see on the screen that this woman, Roberta, who stands in front of whatever this camera is grabbed by an imposing 6'7", clear in their gait, former military officer with piercing eyes and a stern expression. He has stood up and moved into the frame next to her, casting a shadow over Roberta's trembling body. He says, grabbing her lapels and pulling her up to him, "You disgust me, and I do not want to be around you." The camera follows as he forcefully, by the back of her neck, grabs her by the blouse, drags her across the room, shoves her violently out of the door of the office that she was in, into a public corridor, and slammed the heavy door shut. The wall security cameras outside pan to lock onto the door, and outside of it, the muffled sounds of Roberta's cries fade into the hallway. You see this man standing there, and he runs off back to his desk. This is the 2-minute hate. I need a value test from both of you. It is a Conglomerate Unity value test. You by now know what you need to do. If it is a good, you need to roll over. If it's a bad, you roll under. You will roll either fear or anger. Please let me know how you do.
I'm going to try and roll over fear.
I will also roll over fear. And I got a 5, which is bigger than the 2 that I had. And so I am going to push up anger by 1, which
Okay.
puts it at a 3 now.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. Are you going to take stress to succeed, or are you going to fail?
I think I'm going to fail.
Okay. Two things happen if you fail. One is you are going to remove an emotion point from an emotion of your choice. And two is you are going to have to take an emotional outburst. The emotion that you rolled against was fear, correct?
Yes.
So your options are scream out. You scream out in fear. Tremors, you begin shaking, making fine movement impossible. The effect lasts for the current scene, which, to be clear, will end at the end of the work period. Or crying, you start crying loudly, and you will be heard by nearby beings.
I'm going to deduct a point from despair, which was at 5. It is no longer. And when Big Brother begins to speak of potential, having the potential to be better and believing that you can be better for your family and their values and the value of the conglomerate, 7 would notice and be able to catalog right away that as Cynthia is dialing the number to this individual who is late for their appointment, her hand begins shaking as it's wrapped around the phone, and she has to re-dial the phone number a few times before she gets it right, as her body erupts into these anxious tremors. She bites her lip a bit too hard, and the neutral brown of her lipstick mixes a bit with the color red as it presses down. And she tries to continue the rest of her workday as such.
I think in response, 7, given that they are cataloging through their notes what is like visibly occurring, is going to make a point to look at somebody else. Maybe I'll look at Joan. I'll look at Joan, and catalog something that Joan is doing right now in this very moment, instead of like as I was looking elsewhere. I was over on the bench, instead of cataloging what Cynthia is up to in this very moment.
You'll be able to do that, and I'm going to need to tell no lies for that. But before
Mhm.
that, I do want to point out that you succeeded. So, amidst what you just described,
Mhm.
7 loses themselves in the rage and frustration of the crowd, finding themselves screaming out their rage at the enemies of Big Brother. So 7 is screaming at Roberta.
So I would
Uh,
I would already be preoccupied then. It wouldn't be
you don't have to do it if
okay.
you don't want. You still
Then
can if
never
you
mind.
want to. Yeah.
Nah,
Um,
I was just thinking in terms of like 7 would be very diligently doing their job,
yeah.
and if they're still focused on taking the notes rather than actually expressing the rage at the 2 minutes hate, um, then they would take this action. But if they're expressing their rage at 2 minutes hate, they can't be actively taking visual notes because one can only do so many things at one time. So
I
never
will ask
mind.
though, does succeeding at this 2-minute hate challenge any of 7's values?
I think it challenges. Hmm. I feel like it would challenge something. I'm just struggling to decide between like leave no one behind, me before you, and might is right. Actually, might is right might be the one. I'm gonna go with
Okay.
might is right. Yeah.
Is that
Um,
good or bad for
it's
7?
bad. Um, I'm going to roll under guilt.
Okay.
And I rolled a 3, which is underneath the exactly one underneath the number that I needed to be underneath.
Okay.
And so I'm going to push my fear up by 1, which puts it at a 3.
Okay. That is lunch for both of you. So you have up to 3 acts you can take
Mhm.
during lunch. You have now learned that there will be an audit taking place after lunch and that you are not allowed to be at your workstations during lunch.
Would you like to grab lunch with me?
Depends. What kind of food do you like?
I I'm I'm partial to shawarma, but I'm fine with whatever. I don't
I'm open
typically
to
have an
shawarma.
opinion on this matter. Shawarma it is.
Um,
I'll go somewhere to physically go to a food establishment of some kind.
Cynthia will go with them, sort of intentionally turning the tides a bit, having 7 lead them somewhere as opposed to 7 watching them.
Mm.
So you're going to go somewhere and go to commissary sorts?
Yes.
With 7 in the lead, I suppose that means that is technically your act. Is that accurate? I'm not going to
Yes.
make you both spend the act because that seems
I am spending my
unnecessary.
go somewhere for this, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that'll be one of up to 3 that you have
Mm.
for this time period. And because you don't have any stress, you don't need to roll anything on that. You are able to establish this commissary. I don't think
Mhm.
anybody else has so far. So the two of you together, if you'd like, although this is primarily with it being your act, up to you, Fish.
I think this particular the place we have gone is a sort of um like a multi cuisine sort of multi stall area in the way that a food court is, in that like you can kind of pick where you'd want to acquire your food from, go like cash in your ration credits to obtain said food item, and then go sit at one of the many tables in the middle to consume the food. um it's very food court energy, I think, in its style for the sake of efficiency. um and 4 will lead the two of them over to the oh gosh, what is the one that we're allowed to have? What's the rations that we're allowed to have? Is the neutral one?
So you're allowed to have anything at your trust level or below. So you,
Yeah,
as
but we're both
bureaucrats,
we're
are
both
allowed to have
bureaucrats.
Nutra. You're allowed to have Nutra
Neutral
food
food, yeah,
and Bass food if you want.
and fast food.
Uh,
Um,
I will say that
mhm,
you have not heard anything new about the NutraFood rationing that was
mhm.
mentioned a couple of days ago in game time. So it may, as far as you know, you haven't heard about it being removed. So NutraFood may be rationed, but you are at your class level allowed to have it.
Okay.
What is
Well,
shawarma
I
considered?
I suppose it's about what the shawarma is made out of more than
Hmm.
anything
yeah.
else.
I feel like there'd be Nutra food level shawarma.
Yeah.
um, 4 will lead us over to that respective line, as we walk through. Seven will lead us through that respective line. My name is Seven. That is my name. My name is Seven. I am named Seven. Jesus Christ. Every time. Seven will lead us to that respective line, and then we will grab food, and then we will sit down and eat, and I will stop talking now.
While they are in line, Cynthia will send a text message to Howard and just say, home visit today.
I need a D10 for that, please.
5.
I'm so upset.
You have up to 2 more acts each that you can engage in. As a reminder, you don't have to engage in all of the available acts, but you can.
You know what? I'm actually gonna turn this into a narrative moment because I'm upset. I think every time that I Fish the person keep accidentally naming Seven as not Seven is like a moment where Seven is thinking about the person that's not named Seven. I think that's like a thought crossing their mind. I think that's the because today is a rough day for them.
I'm gonna need a value test then.
All right, cool.
That is going to be good think for now, right? We'll take it
Right.
occurrence by occurrence. But let's call this one good think to believe the conglomerate propaganda that 4 never existed.
All right. Good think is good. I'm going to roll above sadness, which is currently at a 3.
Mm.
And I rolled a 2. I'm gonna take a stress to succeed.
Okay. Your stress is now up to 1, not 2, right? Because you were at
Correct.
0 stress. Okay.
Correct. And I am going to push despair up by 1.
Okay.
So it is now at a 5.
Okay. You are in this commissary during lunch, so I am going to say that there are 60 strangers in the room with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, 7. Do you do anything recreational? Do you read? Watch any shows?
I read approved material. I read quite a bit because my ears are property of the state.
Same. I was just reading some magazine articles this morning on. This is a personal rambling of mine. Don't have very many people to talk about this too. I detest the color green. I truly do. And I was reading in a fashion magazine today how they are expecting different shades of green to be popular toward the end of this year. I cannot stand it. Truly.
I think I'm going to call a value check for 7. You mentioned your hatred of the color green, and there is a moment where Seven's face blips, like a flinch almost, because they who shall not be mentioned, uh, had very green circuitry and was kind of that was their like color code assignment. In the way that 7 is red kind of coded. They have like red circuitry and or kind of and I'm gonna call a another good think one actually.
Yeah.
Because 7's a little stuck on this. So I have to roll over sadness, which is at a 3.
Mm.
And that jumped into a paper towel, so it was fully cocked. So we're gonna roll that again.
Sure.
I rolled aptly the number that cannot be said, which is in fact over 3. So I succeed, and I push despair up by 1, which gives me another traumatic memory of despair, and it kicks out one of my other memories.
Okay. Which one does it kick out, and what's the new memory?
Um, I think it kicks out. It kicks out the memory that they have of guilt, that they harbored at being directly responsible for another surveillance unit's vaporization.
Hmm.
And that is replaced with just more sadness at they who shall not be mentioned's lack of existence. Ah.
As a note, so that this doesn't become a surprise when it happens, these memories that feature 4 who you formally are not allowed to remember,
Mm-hmm.
when you use them, I'm going to call for a value test.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Makes sense. Works for me. Solid.
Uh, the person you checked on before, Joan,
Mm-hmm.
sits at a table next to the table where the two of you are, and turns over to Cynthia and says, Cynthia, right?
That is what is on my name tag. Hello.
Hello, I am Joan. How are
Hi,
you?
Joan. I am better today. How are you?
I am relieved to hear that. It is not often that I meet someone of such stellar character that they are so well composed the day after they have had such a well deserved public reprimand.
What can I say? I am a woman with a lot of potential. Have I introduced you to 7? They are assigned to my desk.
Thank you for your service, 7.
It is appreciated.
Is there anything, Cynthia, that worries you about the upcoming audit?
No. Why? Do you have something that you are worried about?
Only you, as
Oh,
my new coworker.
ah, of course. This is your way of trying to be friends with me, Joan.
I suppose we are at lunch. This is a social moment. I could use another friend. Are you looking for a friend?
Do you like shawarma?
I don't believe I've ever had shawarma. What's it made of?
Cynthia covers her mouth a bit with her hand to stifle a laugh. And she says, not the adventurous type, are you, Joan?
My adventures are of a different nature than
Oh, do tell.
perhaps as we get to know each other better. For today, I will demonstrate my good faith by adventuring in a culinary fashion, trusting that you are ensuring my best interest, pointing me at this shawarma.
Seven will put their hand out in between uh Joan and the food, and say, excuse my interruption. I need to confirm your trust level first.
Oh, I am a conglomerate officer.
My apologies.
Nothing to apologize for. You are doing your duty, and thank you again for your service.
Mhm.
Cynthia smiles at you, Seven.
Uh, I'm gonna need both of you on that smile to give me a value test, and then I also need to know, Anna, if you're actually formally, like, functionally trying to befriend this person.
I don't know. I don't trust them.
The shawarma of it all is hilarious.
The shawarma of it all is warming me up to Joan, but I gotta see her reaction to it first, I think.
Okay.
That's my gauge
First,
character.
first I'm gonna say, in the value test you're both going to take. Ooh, let me see what I want to do here. I think that feels a little bit like Tell No Lies, but I would buy Silence is Violence or Strangers Bring Dangers. I'd actually like to take this to the group and ask you, what is it specifically that you think you're trying to hide in this moment that you wouldn't want seen by the wrong people in the exchange?
I think Strangers Bring Dangers is the one, because it's very much that we don't know if we can trust this person. We don't
agree 100%.
know who this person is on any sort of deep level.
Yeah.
Cynthia remembers her interaction with this person the first time that she met Joan, and so she's very like, why are you talking to me?
Yeah. So Strangers Bring Dangers. Roll over or under if it's good or bad. It's going to be sadness or apathy, and let me know how it goes.
Perfect. I'm going to roll over sadness.
I have to roll under. I'm going to pick apathy, which is currently at a 3.
I rolled a 6.
Which is
good.
Over for you.
No. Oh no.
Oh god.
Okay. So I was rolling under sadness.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said under apathy. Apathy is at a 3. I rolled a 3. However, I'm going to use a traumatic memory to increase the emotion by 1 so that I can be under it.
Mm-hmm.
And that memory happens to be the one that I got this morning, where I was thinking very hard about the vaporization and no longer existence of a who shall not be named. So cool.
So you succeeded. So let's do this in order of operations. Erase that memory from your sheet. It's used from a mechanical perspective. You succeeded here, and you were rolling. I'm sorry, remind me. Sadness or empathy? You said sadness or apathy. Sadness.
I rolled apathy.
Right. Oh, apathy. Perfect.
Yes.
So you need to bump up. Yeah.
Yeah, apathy is going to be up at the number that is the name of the person who shall not be named. And because I now succeeded that check, I'm going to bump up despair.
Okay.
Which is now at also that same number.
Okay. I'm going to need a good think test, as I promised before.
Good think. Yeah, I think it's good. I have to roll over. We'll say sadness, which is currently at a 3. I rolled a 6. So I am pushing I'll push apathy up by 1. So now my apathy is at a 5.
Okay.
And I've succeeded the things.
You've succeeded the things. You've both succeeded the things, right? So, good news for you. That moment passes. You don't have to decide yet if your act is befriend, and if Cynthia's act is befriend. The shawarma comes, right? There's an additional shawarma allotment. It is actually brought to the table as Joan indicates for it to come in that direction, and you actually see that it is a prole that you have seen that has also worked, at least Cynthia you've seen, that has also worked maintenance in your unit, is apparently working here either as well or instead at the I guess in the delivery part of how this all functions. Bussing tables, and they drop the food there, and when they drop the food there, you notice that there is a note under the napkin. There's a folded up piece of paper, under the napkin that is under the shawarma container that is in front of Joan. The two of you can see the note. Joan cannot see the note. Joan looks at the two of you and says, "I'm trusting you with my life. Don't let me down." And goes and eats the shawarma. At first, you can see that her face looks a little disgusted as she's bringing it up to her mouth because it just doesn't look the way that she wants it to. But as she eats it, her eyes light up a bit. This is NutriFood, not Bass food. So not the Lux food that she is used to having, but better than she expected. And she says, "Oh, it's a little chewy, but I can see why you might like it. I think I might be able to do this occasionally."
Cynthia, in a very casual but still respectable gesture, sort of taps Joan's arm with an enclosed hand and says, "The shawarma of it all, right? Nothing wrong with shaking up your lunch routine a little bit."
I suppose novelty has its charms.
And of course, thanks to Seven for the suggestion for today.
Is this the sort of lunch that you're used to, Seven?
Indeed it is. Seven just kind of like in the response, their responses are very like direct. They don't know how to be anything other than direct. And so like they answer and then they just kind of like smile and nod in awaiting another prompt of some kind.
So that interaction continues. I do need to check in again. Anna, is any of that meant to be Cynthia befriending or doing anything else as an act?
Can I try to befriend this person?
I don't trust them. I do not trust this person. Full stop. I do not trust
You.
Joan. Like,
You can.
so sussed out.
Either of you can try to befriend this person, and to be clear, if you succeed, you gain 1 love point, and they're going to be added as a friend to your sheet. At which point, I cease to have control over them, and you do have control over them.
I do have a question, Danny.
Yeah.
This note.
Yes.
This note situation.
That's the question. This note. Period.
Just to put it out there.
The amount of stress that you are putting us under, Danny.
The
amount of stress.
I am very curious.
But you're here to support each other so well.
Correct. If you put me and Fish in a room, schemes are going to happen. So here's what I'm thinking, right? Mm-hmm. Seven and Cynthia both see this under the napkin, correct?
Yeah.
Perhaps, and mechanically speaking, let me know the vibes. I'm speaking to the table as a whole. If Seven is attempting to befriend Joan, I think in the closeness of it all, in the act of sharing food, which is very social, a very shared experience, a very friendly experience, even if Cynthia doesn't necessarily trust this individual. Mm. Depending on how the course of actions plays out, perhaps while Seven is in the act of trying to befriend Joan, perhaps Cynthia would try to find a way to borrow Joan's napkin.
I mean, if Joan is finished eating, you are technically the lowest rank of the three of us. Mm-hmm. And it would reflect well upon your treatment of higher officials to offer to take their trash out to the trash, where you can discard their trash, like napkins that go in the trash. I don't know, just a thought.
Cynthia,
Because I am Seven is going to befriend, try to befriend Joan.
Cynthia very quickly checks the time and she says, "Oh, just flies by when you're having a good time, doesn't it?" Seven, Joan, before we head back to the office, would you two like for me to throw your trays away?
That would be ideal. Thank you.
Of course.
You are a very supportive new friend. I'm gonna need two. I'm gonna need a tell no lies
Okay.
value test from you, and then Fish. Seven is trying to befriend how?
Their boyish charm. No, they
They're whimsy,
they
Danny.
don't have the context of how Joan behaved yesterday. They only have the context of how Joan is behaving right now. And in right now, Joan offered to eat with them, actively took their food suggestion, didn't reprimand them for stopping and checking their title, and so is kind of just. They're trying to befriend them in that they're actually actively engaging them in conversation instead of just passively observing like they otherwise would.
Okay, perfect. I need a value test for that. I'll leave it to you to tell me which one makes the most sense at the level of the narrative. And alongside your tell no lies, because this is related to what I'm calling an undefined act, because unless you have a class act that you can use that allows you to do this sort of sleight of hand.
No. No.
Okay. This will count for grabbing up the trays, recovering the note from it, because you don't have to search for it, because I already described to you where it is. And let's say pocketing it. Right? Yes.
I think. Do I have to pocket it or can I read it and then do something with it?
Oh, that's a very different situation. To recover the note will be an act. How many acts have you taken so far? You've taken one, right?
I believe so, to go somewhere, yes.
Right. So no,
Or
actually, the go
I
somewhere
took the
was
go
just
somewhere.
hers. I ruled that the two of you going somewhere together was just going to cost you one, not two.
Oh, I sent a
because that feels
text. I sent the
unnecessary.
text. That's what I did.
You sent a text. That's what it was.
You sent a text. You did to Howard. That was a very sweet moment. So
Didn't like how you said that, Danny.
You only have two acts, up to two acts left. With that said, you could recover the note, which is the first thing, which is what we're checking here with the act that I'm asking you to separately also roll tell no lies on. And then you can either read it or hide it, but you won't have time to do both until you are out of lunch.
Okay.
And I will need, you're at stress 2?
Yes.
3? 2. I will need a D10 on this first recovery of it as well. So just picking it up and getting to have it in your possession is an undefined act. Need a D10 for that, and then values test on tell no lies to see how you keep it together as you do that.
Right.
So I'm rolling.
You're rolling a value test for befriend.
I'm rolling tell no lies, and then I'm also rolling a values test for the befriend.
You are,
because you called a separate values test from the befriend.
I did call a separate values test from befriend, and it does impact you both. Thank you for that, because I was mostly focusing on Anna for it, but you're right, you're part of the ruse as well, so you should do it too.
I'm going to roll for tell no lies. I'm rolling over guilt. My guilt is at 3 + 1, and I rolled a 6, which is a success. And so I'm going to push fear up by 1.
What does that take it to?
The number that is greater than 3.
Okay.
For my undefined act, I rolled a 5. And then for tell no lies, I was trying to roll above guilt, to which I also rolled the number above 3. Which
And is that
my guilt is 2.
what you needed?
Yes.
So what is that bumping up?
I'm going to bump up fear to the number that comes after 3.
Okay. Both of you got a little bit more afraid.
Yep. And then for the befriend,
yes.
I think strangers bring dangers feels the most apt, because it really is just like in this moment of like, I don't know if I can trust this person, and this is and I'm reaching out kind of like for the first time. I have to roll under sadness or apathy. I'm going to roll under apathy, which did I math right? I have to roll under a 5. 4 is in fact under 5. God damn it! No! The number I rolled on my dice is in fact under 5.
This is so hard.
So difficult. Of all the numbers on this stupid D6, I had to pick that number.
Which number?
I'm gonna fight you, Danny. But I am going to push. I'm going to push guilt up by 1 to 5.
Okay. So you succeed, and Joan is officially on your sheet. Joan does not have a last name yet. I will recommend in general that we start adding last names to people so that when they are potentially vaporized, it is easier to manage that, so that it's a specific Joan, not all Joans, right? What I will say alongside that is you note that she's a Conglomerate official. So Joan, Conglomerate official.
Joan, I'm giving them the last name of Westerford.
Nice. Joan Westerford is a Conglomerate official who is now your trusted character.
And now I am Joan Westerford in the scene.
Yes. Yes. Now no longer in my control.
I mean, in terms of like actions, I think that was my second.
Yes.
For my third, I'm gonna wind down. I'm gonna use this moment of like levity to wind down.
Okay.
Which puts me back at stress 0.
All right. She is okay. Perfect. All right. I think there is still the one action left in lunch here, which is Cynthia's. What's it going to be?
Yeah. Fuck.
Are you gonna read it or hide it?
That's what I'm debating on.
Mm-hmm.
You could always do whichever one you don't do now. Later.
She's going to hide it. As she throws away the trash, she drops the napkin, and as she drops the napkin, sort of hearkening back to her reflections this morning, makes herself stumble a bit. And as she stumbles a bit, oh no, her heel slips off slightly, and Well, as she readjusts her shoe, she slips the note into the shoe.
Okay.
She readjusts her heel, smooths out her skirt and her blazer, and she heads back to the table.
Okay. That happened. You are now both done with lunch. We enter the second work period. Both of you are still in the commissary. Joan is no longer in my control. So Joan is next to you and will do whatever you, Fish, say, or actually whatever you, Anna, say, because it is Fish's. You're also Joan. So yeah.
Hi, Joan. Hey, Cynthia.
You're so cool
I mean,
and nice,
in
Cynthia.
terms of just to make this a little bit simpler, I do think that Joan would head straight back to work. I think that Joan would. All right, cool, done here. Bye. That just makes the most sense to me based on Joan's behavior and demeanor as we know them to be so far.
Yeah, I think Seven, as Cynthia is still throwing things away in the trash, Joan stands up and says, well, thank you for indulging me in this new culinary experience. And once again, thank you for your service.
Pharma.
Joan gives a firm nod and heads back to work.
Okay.
Seven takes a look around to see where Cynthia is, and we'll get up to join you at the trash can, and then we'll basically begin to usher us both back to work.
All right, Seven. Let's head back. There's, I think, 3 more meetings that I'm sure you'll have to hear me make phone calls for today because the individuals that are on the schedule always show up late. Let's go.
That's not ideal.
No, it is not ideal. And Cynthia will go back to work.
As will Seven, who I almost misnamed again.
So both of you go somewhere, and then both of you go to work in terms of acts, and then that'll close out the second work period. How much stress does Cynthia have?
2 right now, still.
2d10 rolls, please.
7 and 8.
Okay. Cynthia, you are followed by someone that you are not able to see clearly as you move through the space. And you don't see where they settle in among the group of people at your workstations. I had established previously that other than the 2 of you, there are 16 other people, including Joan, in your work area. There are now 18 auditors, 1 for each of you and 1 for each of them, bringing us to a total of
36.
36.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. 36 people. So that is what you walk into there. You go to work, and I'd like for you both to describe a little bit before we get into what happens next about your workstations.
Well, Seven doesn't really have their own workstation. Their workstation is the station of whoever it is they've been assigned to. So at the moment, their workstation is just Cynthia's workstation.
Yeah, and Cynthia's workstation is pretty meticulously kept. For her occasional snarkiness, she's very well organized. Seven would notice right away that Cynthia is the type of individual who keeps all of her pens categorized by color. She has a little compartment for black ink pens, red ink pens, and blue ink pens. She has a little paper calendar on her desk as well that has important notes jotted down as she needs them. Even on her computer, she has a sticky notes app open with very detailed records of things that she should keep track of. Vague, no names necessarily, but almost code names that she has come up with for repeat offenders that show up to meetings late, or even individuals who tend to no show appointments, and that she has to make sure that she calls 2 or 3 days in advance to confirm that they will come in to meet with individuals in the building. You would also notice that all of her paperwork is very meticulously kept in her notes. If she has to jot something down quickly, she has this funny way of writing little eights to scribble out any personal details that shouldn't be seen by anybody who isn't Cynthia or another individual working in the building. She keeps things very safe at her desk. And if employees are allowed to keep any personal affects, there is a very small little framed photo of her and Howard on her desk as well.
Her and Howard absolutely sit on her desk. What was the order that you said the pens were organized in?
Black, red, and blue.
They are organized in that order opposite to how she left them. So blue, red, and black instead of black, red, and blue. And the eights that she creates on some of the paperwork that is up top, if there's other handwriting of hers on those papers, that looks exactly as expected. The eights look slightly off in a way that is noticeable to her, but not that noticeable.
She rolls her eyes at the pens and fixes them all before she begins making phone calls.
Your auditors are both present, and as they begin to speak with each of you at the same time, as every auditor begins to speak with every person in this, largely speaking, shared workspace, you are both able to see that that same prole worker who left the note is in the room cleaning at the same time, is taking trash cans out, is moving through the space. The auditors seem unbothered by this, and the this prole moves past both of you without looking at each of you, but when they are behind your respective auditors while they are cleaning, they do make eye contact with each of you. Before I get to the conversations with these auditors, do either of you need to take a value test?
I'm gonna do selflessness.
Okay.
I think in this moment, Seven is prioritizing their own selfish interests over the conglomerate in not saying anything about this person's behavior.
Same, I think. Same.
I have to roll under apathy, which is currently at a 5.
I'm also going to roll under apathy, which is currently at a 5 for me as well.
I rolled a 6, so I'm going to take a stress to succeed.
I rolled the curse number, so I do succeed.
Okay, what does that bump up? That success
That
for both of you.
bumps joy. That I think that bumps up guilt to a 6, which gives me a traumatic memory.
Despair to 5 for Cynthia.
Okay, thank you. So, what's the traumatic memory?
I think it's basically the reckoning of that their decisions have consequences and that they have to be okay with holding this guilt if they're not going to make a decision if whatever way their decision goes, they basically have to now hold this guilt. And I think the rapid succession of decisions that have been made today are beginning to wear on Seven's mind, in that, like, seeing the note, seeing this person again, making eye contact with this person, like befriending Joan. Like, there's a lot of things that they've done today that they wouldn't typically do, and I think the weight of these could all have consequences is just giving them a lot of guilt.
Okay, perfect. Now, both auditors speak to you. I will do Cynthia's first. Cynthia's auditor says, you were an abomination yesterday. Your actions were unconscionable. You were rightly brought before the entirety of the conglomerate, and you survived, which gives you another chance to prove that you can be better today than you were yesterday. Are you ready for that?
Of course.
Pull up all of your files, show us your filing system, leave nothing out. Confess now to anything that you have here that you should not have with you. Show me everything, including and especially anything that you should not have with you. Then step aside and allow us to do our review.
Absolutely. So as you can see here, I work very closely with the suits upstairs. They're all very stellar workers, and they keep everything very orderly up top. She opens up a software on her computer that is a sort of scheduling system. You can see that there's different blocks, and each name of a officer up top in the building is shortened down to their initials. She goes through and she says, as you can see here, there are different names and times blocked off for the individuals who will be present for the meeting, what time they should arrive to the building, what time they should be checked in and sent upstairs, as well as a brief but vague mention of the topics that will be discussed in the meeting room. This is a security measure. I am not allowed to know anything more detailed than what is listed here. The individuals who work upstairs have the full details and briefing for the meeting, as do the guests when they come in. If an individual is 5 minutes or later for a scheduled meeting time, it is my duty to call them and remind them that they must be here within the 10-minute threshold, or we will need to reschedule their meeting, and their tardiness is reported, which is also something that I take care of here. She opens a second window, and you see it as a list of emails with pinned contacts. This is where we send out tardiness reports. Each one is sent out by the day at the end of the week. We send out an additional if a rescheduled meeting is also not followed up on or met at the appropriate time. She starts to go through her physical paperwork, and she says, this is where I keep quarterly and annual reports for meetings that are held, as well as individuals that are to be reached out to. We do things like send out birthday cards or send out thank you cards if a meeting goes particularly well or if terms are met above expectations. We also occasionally will send out condolences if an agreeable separation occurs between individuals who come in and the officers who work upstairs. I also have a collection of business cards for officers that work upstairs that I am to hand out to individuals both when they make appointments and after they leave. Not only a reminder of the work that they have put in whenever they give us a visit, but also as outreach for if they ever need anything in the future or if we reach out to them needing anything in the future. After all, conglomerate unity is our number one priority here. Feel free to take a look at anything you need to. My download folder there has some client information, but nothing that isn't above board. Everything I have here is very sanctioned and very airtight. She stands up and motions to her desk. Feel free to take a look. Take as much time as you need. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions you may have about individuals that work upstairs, but only information that I am privy to. There may be more specific details that I am unaware of.
I am not auditing the people upstairs. I am auditing you. My follow-up questions have to do with you. Are you prepared to proceed?
Of course.
Are people often late to these meetings?
In fact, the second half of my day, as I informed Seven here, who is surveilling me at present, she points out a list of names. These individuals here, you can see there is an Angela, a Robert, a Marcus. These individuals tend to be late. They tend to run late often, and despite my persistence in calling them and following up with them, they often end up in our end of month reports as being frequent offenders for tardiness.
Why are they allowed to continue to work in this establishment if they are frequently late?
So these individuals actually do not work as a part of this building. They, in fact, work for other buildings or companies and come in to have meetings with the officers upstairs.
Have you reported this to their infrastructures?
Yes, we do send out notification of tardiness for individuals who arrive to the building 10 minutes or more late at the end of every month whenever they become repeat offenders.
Have you compiled a list of these organizations that have not taken action to remedy this?
Indeed, it is in a spreadsheet that is, she points at a little file folder on the desktop screen, in that folder there.
Thank you. We will take this into account and we will take action that these companies seem incapable of taking. Either these companies will be closed if it is found that this is a persistent concern and replaced with companies that are capable of taking care of this, or we will simply restructure the companies so that the people who run them are the people who should be running them, as it seems that the people who run them now, alongside the individuals on the list that you have provided us, are incapable of doing what they need to do. Thank you for your cooperation and assistance. Next question. Do you have anything that you need to confess?
No.
Above table, do you need to take a values test?
Yes. Yeah. Tell no lies for sure.
Okay.
I
need you because you
It's
have
not even my
control over
audit. I'm
this.
stressed,
Yeah.
okay?
You have control over this space. So while you're determining this tell no lies, I need you to be thinking about what it is that you are not confessing and if there is any physical evidence of it in this place.
Mhm.
I cannot establish it. You have to.
It's not physical so much as it is social. Cynthia works as a part of a team. And while conglomerate unity is important to her, so is this little tight knit group of secretaries, receptionists, and clerks that work in this building. She knows that some of the other individuals who work in this building, in this space, do not keep as meticulous of records as Cynthia does. And part of the reason why Cynthia has been fighting so hard for promotion is so that she can better oversee and better guide these individuals, because people get comfortable in positions after a while, and positions such as this, sometimes you slack off. When you expect somebody to be late, you stop following up with them about why they are late, and you stop keeping records of them being late. She knows that there are people in this building who do this. She's not going to rat out her own people.
Okay. Going through these notes very briefly in a way that suggests it may not be the first time that this auditor looks at them. They look over at you over their shoulder and say, "Your notes are far more meticulous than many of the others that we have been reviewing. Do you have anything to share with regard to that?"
It is in my nature to be meticulous about the things that I care about.
Let's see how that value test goes.
Yep. I'm tempting to roll above guilt, which is currently a 2. I rolled a 5.
Okay, what do you bump up?
Oh, God.
It's fine. We're fine. It's fine.
Anger to a 5. She's annoyed by these questions.
Would you be amenable to providing guidance in a structured format if we work that into your work schedule for the others in this building who are not reaching this standard of work product?
Of course, I am already working with a young woman who I have been training for the past couple of weeks. And she has shown great progress. When she first started, she could hardly handle making a phone call, and now she can juggle multiple lines at one time without any of the calls taking over 3 minutes.
Why did you invest your time in someone who could barely handle a phone call? And what is their name?
Because she had potential. And her
What is
name,
their name?
Ariana.
Ariana. Thank you. Perhaps this Ariana, if she does indeed show as much promise as you describe, can replace one of the others who are not living up to the same standard that you have set so meticulously here with your work. Who would you suggest Ariana replace?
Well, I believe that should responsibilities be added to my working schedule, it would be best to, instead of plucking a name from thin air, perhaps overseeing everybody for a week's time, seeing who performs the poorest, and then making a decision from there. As Ariana is still learning, I wouldn't necessarily want to throw her into waters that she's not yet prepared to handle. And I would also like to make sure that a decision that is best for this building, for this company, and to make sure that all officers upstairs are kept in orderly fashion for both their schedules and meetings we have going forward for the rest of the month, does not come to some catastrophic conclusion for impulsively making the incorrect decision. I am a meticulous woman, and in that, I like to keep very thorough records and data of everybody who works here.
Are you taking an act right now? Above table.
That's a great question.
If you'd like, I can explain further why I'm asking. Let's say that you're hiding something. If you're hiding something, you have narrative control.
Mm-hmm.
You do not need a resolution mechanic to tell you you succeed. So if you're hiding something, you can successfully evade this question in the way that you just did because you can just say that you did it. I, as it says in the description for hide something, will roll a thought crime roll to see if I catch you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will ask you, I'm not going to call for it exactly, but I will ask you if you feel that in doing so you need to take a value test to see how well you mask. Again, does not impact your success. If you do not take an act in this moment, you do not have narrative control, and I will simply reply as I believe this auditor would reply.
I think.
Oh, and you need to roll stress if it's an act as well.
I think it is an act.
It's not even my audit, and I am so stressed, guys. I'm just sitting here stressed. Just a ball of stress.
I think it is an act. And the reason why I think it is an act is because Cynthia is well aware of the fact she's been gunning for a promotion for a while. She wants a promotion very badly. And in that, she's a meticulous woman, and she said that is not a lie. And in being a meticulous woman, she is very observant to the people around her because she wants to make sure that nobody is stealthily one-upping her, whether they realize that they are doing it or otherwise. So in that, I think that she is very well aware that there is a weak link that Ariana is more than primed to take over for. She also cares deeply about Ariana and understands that when Ariana fulfills that position, she will become the weak link until she has fully learned everything. Out of caring for Ariana, Cynthia knows that she's not ready for that responsibility yet. So she is concealing who this weak link is by evading their actual name, as kind of a 2-in-1 to both protect Ariana's future and to give herself more responsibilities to prove herself once again in this working environment.
I think this needs to likely be a conglomerate unity test.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not reporting someone that you should.
Yeah. Okay. God, this is gonna suck. Okay.
Also, just for above table clarity, I'm allowing, because this audit structure is a little bit unusual, for us to undergo it in an order that doesn't normally make sense. You went to work. You took an action to do that. That theoretically closes out work. I am counting that as part of your action economy, but I'm still allowing you to take acts because I've created this structure wherein you're being audited. And
Mhm.
it seems like it would not make a lot of sense to not allow acts in that.
Sure.
So for the overall count, you went somewhere, you worked, you got 4 left, you took this act, now you got up to 3 left in this interaction if you want. Just so you know. And it'll be the same for you, Fish, in terms of the math and the approach.
I'm going to try to roll over fear.
Okay.
I got it. 6.
So
6
what does
over
that bump up?
the curse number. I will bump up. God, I'm going to take a traumatic memory either way. I'm going to bump up anger to 6.
What's the traumatic memory?
I think in this moment, Cynthia remembers a situation from when she first started working here. And I think she started working here very shortly after she and Howard got married. And she remembers the woman who worked at this desk before she did. And this woman failed her audit miserably and had an emotional outburst and was dragged away. Cynthia was very young at the time. And every move she makes in this conversation, every answer she gives, even if they are roundabout in a way, is very intentionally structured to feed these individuals the information that they want to hear. And she just remembers that woman's face.
As she remembers that woman's face, your auditor says, "One last area of questioning for now. You are clearly an ambitious woman, and we in the conglomerate, as you well know, conglomerate above all, are interested more in tomorrow than today. Are you prepared to repair your marriage and cease filing for divorce?"
Cynthia makes direct eye contact with the auditor and says, "It is interesting that you mention the importance of tomorrow to today, because my dear husband and I began putting in the work today."
I'm glad to hear it. Were you to find the promotion that it is very clear you desire, are you prepared to rectify the mistake that you have made in not having a family?
Yes.
Good. You may return to your desk. We have pulled, and here you see that while you've been having this conversation, a second person had come up and put in a drive connected to your station, created a local copy, pulled it back out, handed it to your auditor. We have pulled everything that we need, Any additional questions that we have, we will be in touch. Do you have any questions for me?
No. If you do have any follow-up questions, feel free to reach out. But as of right now, I don't believe I have anything more I need to ask or say.
Or confess?
Of course not.
Back to work. And that is your work session, unless there's another act you would like to take that would technically count before go to work. For working.
Yes. In fact, I want to read the note in my shoe.
Ooh, in front of all of these people.
Oh no, I don't
not
want to do
in
that.
my. I was saying it is. It is.
I do want to do that eventually.
It is so deeply not in my self-interest. You have to understand, Danny came screaming out of me when you said that to get me to say that. Danny goes to the sunken place
I broke Danny
while I'm Big Brother, and Danny shattered everything to run at you, to be like,
to football tackle me. I'll wait till these people leave.
Okay. You can if you want to. It's an interesting story. I really should have just let it happen, but I don't.
This was actually Elsa undying. Was Danny like? I have something important to say.
It's like she has the desire to read the note as she goes back to work for the day.
You know what I will? You know what I will take for that? What I will take for my own misbehavior in that moment? I'll take a value test.
Yeah.
One last value test there. And that value test is going to be, let's see.
I can't wait to watch this back and see my reaction, because I was like, huh?
I want to so bad. Oh, it's in my shoe. She can feel it.
It's true. It's true. I am going to say that this is a selflessness, maybe, or me before you, something. What do you think this value test is? That is to see if your temptation comes out on your face.
Yeah.
Really what we're saying is, how easily can you hide indicating something about your shoe? That's essentially what's happening.
Probably
here.
Selflessness.
Could I potentially offer one of the options?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Silence is violence, maybe? Because you're like deliberately not saying anything?
So here is a great way to point out mechanics. You could not be more right, Fish. It needs to be silence is violence, and here is why.
Oh,
you know what your safest move is when you pick up a note and you're worried about getting caught with it? Report it. You report that note, and it goes to me, and it enters my investigation deck. And you don't get in trouble for having the note. Now, you don't know what the note says because you haven't read it yet.
So
this auditor just asked you if you had anything to confess. You said no a couple of times.
She doesn't.
And and is starting to walk away as this happens. Is packing up their stuff. Still able to see you.
She's going to push that desire down. I'm going to silence is violence is bad for Cynthia. Okay. So I am going to try and roll under either anger or despair. In this case, I'm going to try to roll under despair because it is a 5. 2.
Okay. What are you going to pop up? Fear or sadness?
Oh, funny that.
Everything's fine. We're doing great, guys.
Fear to 5, because she knows she has something that she's not supposed to have, and dear God, she wants to read it. So I'll bump up fear to 5.
Okay. 7. Your auditor is in front of you and looks you in the eye and says, retinal scan, please. And you understand that you are meant to keep eye contact with this person for the entirety of your interaction without blinking.
Okay, cool.
Says, are you prepared for onboarding?
Yes.
Their index finger comes out and a connection device comes out. Do you have anything to report prior to onboarding that I should be aware of?
Nope.
Do you have any malware, glitches, anything to report that is unorthodox or unusual that you have not been able to address on your own?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have anything that you have been able to address on your own that you should report to me now?
Not as of yet.
Sticks the finger into this part of your eye right here.
Mm-hmm.
And a port opens up as it approaches. If you agree, that's technically your area, not mine.
Well,
But
I mean,
the idea here,
7 is the ear one, so I think it would probably be
sorry, it
closer
goes into
to
the ear.
their temple, maybe like kind of nearby where their ear is.
Right here? Okay, perfect. Yeah. So goes in right here and breaks off. And now there is an internal surveillance device on top of what you were originally equipped with, connected to your auditor. You see on your auditor's eyes, which you have unbroken eye contact with, that data is flashing by. You're seeing an indicator that allows you to understand that they are watching the kind of heads-up display that you may sometimes engage in having up that displays this data. You understand that this person is a surveillance unit of a different type than you, and that they are instantly reviewing at incredible speed everything that you had on your person backed up and in cloud-based backup, anything that would have been accessible there as well at whatever clearance level that they have, which has not been established to you. They ask you, why did you not ask me for my credentials prior to allowing me to insert the device?
Because you were traveling with another verified audit officer.
Is this protocol?
No.
Knowing that this is not protocol, why did you break protocol?
That is human error. That is my fault. Will be corrected.
How?
It will not happen again.
How?
It will simply not.
Do you believe that that is a satisfactory answer that I should provide to our superiors?
It is not up to me to decide whether that is a satisfactory answer.
Have you suffered a loss recently?
This is gonna cause a value check, but 7 is gonna say no.
Okay. Let's, before we proceed, go ahead and do the value check.
It's gonna be tell no lies. It's just tell no lies. I am rolling. I have to. God damn it. Okay, I have to roll over guilt, which is at a 3, and I rolled a 1, so I'm going to take a stress to succeed.
Bringing your stress to
2. And I'm going to put my fear up by 1 as a result of that.
Okay. Do you have anything to report?
I do not.
Would you like to take another value test?
I would love to take another value test. I'm gonna do another tell no lies under guilt, or I have to roll over guilt. Guilt is at a 3, and I rolled a 6, so I am pushing my fear up by 1, which I'm not pushing my fear up by 1. I'm pushing my anger up by 1. And it goes to the forbidden number.
Have you seen anyone do anything that is worthy of reporting? I'm going to remind you above table that if you want to try to hide something, you can take an act. You are at 2 stress now, so you do have to roll a stress die on that, and you may or may not have a value test connected to it.
See,
and
the issue is that I think 4 would, and I, Fish, don't want them to.
who would?
7! My name is 7! I'm named 7! I think 7 would!
Okay.
This is why you don't name yourself numbers, kids. This is why you stay away from numbers when you're picking names.
So you see, as this part of the exchange is happening in your peripheral vision, which is arguably slightly augmented versus what it may have been prior to your drafting into this service. The prole who left the note before, looking in your direction, and
the ominous presence of the book. Oh my god!
What is this?
What is this?
I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
They are okay. Here. Who knew paperwork could be so stressful?
This is laughter. Yeah. This is being laughed out of stress. I am stressed, okay. Danny.
I'm so fucking scared right
now. They are picking up a trash can and pulling a bag out of it and tying it, and you can see that their hands are trembling as they look in your direction while they tie up this trash bag.
I Fish the person, do not condone the actions that 7 is about to take. I think 7 would ask, I have observed no suspicious actions. However, I have suspicions. Would that be worthy of reporting?
Yes, please report.
4, 7. Their name is 7. My name is 7. My name is 7. God damn it. I've done this to myself. 7 is going to break eye contact with the audit officer in front of them to basically use their eyes as a pointer to the prole that is standing off in their periphery.
Okay. So
I want it to be noted that 7 is very clearly not breaking eye contact in an attempt to hide. Like it is they are turning to point.
Sure. Mm-hmm. As that occurs, the audit officer says, reinitiate eye contact.
7 immediately turns back. Immediately.
They press their temple, which you see get depressed slightly. Mm-hmm. And 2 large rehabilitation officers enter from the sides, opposite sides of the room, and come straight toward you and past this auditor and to the prole who was shaking, who says, "No, no, 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 no," and is grabbed by the two of them. A bag goes over their head. They go limp, and they are pulled out of the room.
I am
Maintain
going to.
eye contact.
Seven will continue to maintain eye contact. I will also have to roll a Midas Right value check for sure. Absolutely for sure. Midas Right is bad. I'm going to try to roll under guilt, which is at a 3 right now. That's a 5, so I am going to take a stress to succeed, which is going to push fear up by 1, which gives me a traumatic memory or fear. Really just collecting them all today. I think in this moment, Seven is thinking about it's like a montage scene in their brain of every moment where they almost like got accused of something or almost got in trouble, or like every moment where they like made a minor misstep and that almost turned into a major foul. And it's just that in quick succession, punctuated by the fact that they just did that to somebody else. They Seven I almost did it again. Seven has no confirmed knowledge that this person did anything. They just seemed mildly sus. And Seven has now turned the beacon of Big Brother against them.
Please verify everything that you know that that individual has done.
They made suspicious eye contact repeatedly with me.
Is that everything?
Yes. Tell no lies. I know what's coming. It's I'm gonna roll. I have to roll over guilt. Okay. My guilt is at a 3, and I rolled the forbidden number. So I'm pushing fear up by 1 to the forbidden number. I'm skating through this by the skin of my teeth, guys.
Do you believe that that is worthy to report?
It is not up to me to decide what is worthy, and I did verify with you that you wanted any level of suspicion.
Do you believe that our response is warranted?
It is not up to me to decide whether or not the response is warranted. That is up to that is up to the conglomerate.
That is not what I asked.
Do I Kevin hesitates for just a split second and then says, I'm not meant to have an opinion on these matters.
Do you need to take a value test?
Yeah, I do.
I will clarify. I asked the question. I didn't call for it because if Seven really believes that they are not meant to have an opinion here, then they don't have to take a value test.
Okay, they believe that they're not supposed to have an opinion here. They definitely have an opinion here.
Then they have to take a value test.
Right. I think it's gonna be Midas Right. because like it's about that action of violence, which is bad. So I have to roll under. We'll say under despair, which is currently at the forbidden number. And I rolled a 3. So I pass. So I'm going to push sadness up by 1 to the forbidden number.
Question above table. Your records are purely auditory?
Yes. I will say this. The Seven's records are purely auditory, but Seven also does generally submit written notes about visual nonsense during their work shift. They will manually take notes.
What notes do you have from the period of time that you encountered this worker?
I do not, because it was lunch.
Dictate the notes to me now. Leave no details out. I will record. Maintain eye contact.
They delivered food to a conglomerate official that was eating with us, named Joan. They made eye contact with me and my fellow bureaucrat, Cynthia, and then they left.
Did they do anything else during the course of that interaction?
No. Look, they technically didn't do anything else. They technically just left the food there and left.
They just left the food there?
They left the food plus the various things that would also be around food. Who am I to say whether a note would or would not be around food? I'll roll a value test. Freaking tell no lies.
You can always take an action to hide something. An act.
I could do that. Yeah, I will. I will do that. I'll hide something. I'm basically lying by omission here. I'm trying to be strategic in the way that I word things, so that I'm not lying. I'm just not telling the whole truth.
Okay.
Mostly because I'm gonna be so real. Seven doesn't care really about what happens to this prole. Seven cares about what happens to Cynthia.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna put a post-it note on my screen that just has the number 7 on it for the sake of me not misnaming this character again.
that'll be helpful as long as 7's still around.
You know, hey Danny, hey Danny, what if no? I'm so stressed, yo. I'm sweating. I'm so stressed.
What is your stress level currently? As
My
7?
actual stress level in game is at a 3.
So I need 1d6, please. Yes.
5.
Okay. That is the end of your work period. They complete the audit. They say, maintain what I inserted. Do not remove it. You are allowed to break eye contact and return to your work. Keep more diligent notes in future.
Understood.
And they disengage. And you are able to return to work and complete work. So that brings both of you, unless you have any other act you'd like to take before you officially enter the working act.
Fish would like to scream, but 7 will not do anything else.
Okay. That brings us to the second 2-minute hate for the day. Sirens wail as every screen in the building is filled with the image of Roberta, no longer standing. She is strapped into a cold metal chair in a sterile, lightless interrogation room deep inside Mini Love. She is bloodied, heavily bruised, and barely conscious, her head lolling woozily from side to side. Moving slowly around her, circling her chair, is Big Brother. Today a patriot taught us, all of us, even me, what it means to serve the conglomerate, what it means to be truly selfless, to understand that our family, all of you, and the auditors that we have now can be more. And yet, East Asia, though it may be weak and small and less in every way than all of you, East Asia is wily. East Asia is tricky. East Asia can't be trusted. And neither can Roberta here as their agent. David Rossi, thank you. Thank you for your service. War hero that you are, we commend you. Today is only possible because of you. And we are grateful that you have shown this great nation of ours what we need to do. On the screen, picture in picture, getting larger and larger until it is roughly the same size as the image of Roberta and Big Brother. You see the face of the man who threw her out. Completely silent, a stern, solid mask of compliance. You hear loud the sounds of 2-minute hate blaring through every speaker, not just in the room that you're in, but you understand from the way that it's feeding back into itself that this is being broadcast to Roberta as well. Roberta is hearing the screams of a nation all at once, all at her, as her head lolls back and forth, side to side. David Rossi stares on, and Big Brother circles. Big Brother draws a heavy black pistol from his holster. He presses the cold steel muzzle against the back of Roberta's skull. And at the end of the 2-minute hate, he says, "In the final moments of this traitor's life, we have all of your speakers activated. Tell her what you think of her now." And as it hits a crescendo of hate from across the nation, a single shot cracks through the speakers. Roberta's body flinches, then slumps forward, limp and lifeless. This is the face of Oceania as the picture-in-picture shifts, and it is David Rossi's face that takes the entire screen. This is the face of patriotic duty. This is the face of a hero. May you all learn to be heroes like David Rossi. Now, I need both of you to roll me a conglomerate value test for conglomerate unity for this 2-minute hate.
Drop my deed. Okay.
I'm rolling above fear, which is currently at the forbidden number.
I'm going to try and roll above anger, which is currently at 3.
And I rolled a 5.
I rolled a 1. Another 1. This is the second 2-minute hate today that I rolled a 1.
So I'm
Are you going to
pushing
take stress?
anger up by 1.
Copy. Are you going to take stress to succeed, or are you going to fail?
There's still so many people in this building. I'm going to take a stress.
Yeah. That takes it to 4.
The forbidden number.
Okay. What does that bump up in your success?
I will bump guilt to 3.
Okay. That is the end of the work period. You are not in the same building that Roberta was in. You are, and not in the same building that Roberta worked in. You would have been told if you were. So your workday ends as it always does, and you have now entered leisure time. You can do as you wish. You have up to 6 acts that you can take. And after that, we will enter the sleep phase, which is the phase where promotions, demotions, and any interrogations take place. But before then, leisure.
I think before Cynthia completes gathering her things and heading home for the day, she looks over to Seven and she says, I have never been under surveillance before. Do you have to come home with me, or is this where we part ways for the day?
I check in with my hold on. Above table question. The order of the day. There's the second 2 minutes hate, and then we go home for more leisure.
You have a leisure period that you can do anything that you wish in. That is up to 6 acts long.
Mm-hmm.
It is the time that takes place after work. Just as you do not formally have to go to work during work, you do not formally have to go home during leisure. You do whatever you wish to do with your leisure time. You are able to take actions during leisure time that would be considered a thought crime during work that are not during leisure time, just as they are not during morning or lunch.
Is that the last phase of the day?
It is not formally, technically. There is the sleep phase, but you don't take acts in the sleep phase. The sleep phase is bookkeeping and discussion and interrogations.
In that case, Seven is going to basically touch base with the vague circuitry to see if they've been assigned to follow you home. And they're going to see that the answer is no, and will respond, not at this time. We part ways here.
Too bad. I am making a homemade Alfredo sauce this evening for dinner. I'll see you tomorrow, 7.
Perhaps.
And Cynthia will go home. Go somewhere to go home.
All right. So you both go somewhere, presumably. Is 7 going to a specific place?
7 is going to go... 7 is just going to go straight home and wind down. I think it's been a stressful day. They are a little stressed.
I need 2. What is your current stress level?
3.
So I need 2 d6s, please, and then you'll be able to bring it down to 2 for the wind down after that.
4 and 6.
Okay. And you make it home and you wind down. Uh, what about Cynthia?
Well, Cynthia has a home visit, right? Is that happening when she gets home?
Let's first see how your stress roll goes on going somewhere. What is your current stress level?
It is also 3.
Okay. So at a 3, you roll a d6. Let me know.
2.
Okay. So with that, you get home, and your home is upside down, but no one is there except for Howard. If technically I'm not supposed to introduce a character who is now a trusted character, so I'll step that back slightly. My intention would have been for Howard to have been there on time as requested, but that is now up to you. Are you going to notice someone and see Howard there?
I think walking into the house being turned completely upside down, yeah, I think Cynthia would use her second act to notice that Howard is also there on time.
His
A
eye,
d6.
Howard.
Yeah.
My
Uh, a
dearest.
d a d6, please, to notice Howard.
Yes. 6.
Okay. Uh, it is your space, not mine. So even tossed upside down, all I'm able to say is that essentially that it is
Mm.
wrecked. It has been clearly searched through, torn apart. Beyond that, it is for you to describe and for you to determine what, if any, additional acts you'd like to take in this phase.
So you got my text, I assume, over lunch.
Yes, I did.
I wasn't expecting it to look this bad when I walked in, to be honest with you. I knew that it was going to be bad, but for them to leave us to clean it up ourselves, well.
You get the vibe. You get the vibe that Howard also wasn't here when this happened, and is also like in this moment reacting to it having been having happened, and is just kind of standing there with, I think, with their briefcase and a flower.
Oh, what kind of flowers to get?
Whatever your favorite flower is, I don't know.
Name a flower.
uh, 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 it's a lily. We'll say it's a lily.
Oh, good guess. Really good guess. That's Anna's favorite flower.
Oh.
Above table, that's Anna's favorite flower. That's crazy.
And I think Harold is just kind of standing there a little bit in like that state of like, I don't know what to make of what has happened here, and also like, I'm just here, man.
You made it
I,
home
I
on
did what I
time.
said I was gonna do. I came home.
Cynthia walks over to Howard and takes the lilies out of his hand, not forcefully or anything. And she says, well, we should probably straighten this place up. And you're here on time, which is
Yes.
great, so you can help me.
Yes, we should do that. And Harold's gonna put his briefcase down somewhere, and what do you require of me?
Well, since most of the closet space belongs to you, you can straighten up the closet and the rest of the bedroom. I'll straighten up the kitchen and the main living space. While Cynthia is kind of directing him in this way, she's getting a vase prepared to put the flowers in. And she says, how did your audit go today? I assume
Um,
you were audited as well.
it's fairly uneventful. I've been doing my job, so no issues there.
As have I.
You very much get the vibe from Howard of this like if only you tell me what the I'll do what you need if you gave me a list kind of energy of they're very much waiting for your instructions. So when you said go do closet, they started walking towards the closet.
Like, my job's closet.
Yes, my job is closet.
And
they begin kind of like trying to put the hangers back up and trying to make sure all the clothes are on hangers.
My audit was similarly rather uneventful, though there were conversations for promotion potential, although I am not holding my breath.
I'm so sorry. My internet did a stupid. Could you say that one more time?
Yeah, no. Cynthia is sort of helping straighten, kind of speaking in the same room while straightening things up, kind of cleaning up their shared space, reorganizing things, refolding things, and putting them away. Mine was also rather uneventful. I am very orderly at work. But there are some conversations about the potential for a promotion, though we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, that is good news.
That being said, she stops for a moment. We should consider adoption.
That would be an adequate solution.
I agree. That is all. That is the conversation that was had.
Is that an act? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in this conversation, you as Howard kind of turns to go back and forth between like the pile of disheveled clothing and the closet, you see as their face is pensive, but is like pleased in this sort of like this today felt like step one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like we took a step collectively together, and so they're very thoughtful, they're very pensive, but it's almost like there's like a little bit of levity.
I think this would be a deep connection act.
I vote that was effectively a deep connection. What do you all think?
Okay. That was what I was going for, was like
Yeah.
like an honest attempt at connection. So
Take one hope. Also roll me a d6, please.
2.
Okay. Do you have any other act you would like to take in this leisure time? Including wind down, which would close out the leisure time, would not be a thought crime because this is not during work, and would let you bring your stress from a 3 to a 2.
Well, funny you mentioned that, because it's something I've been really wanting to do. Cynthia is, after she finishes folding up what she's putting away in the bedroom, says,
I'm gonna go into this room and stay here for an extended period of time.
I'm going to start working on dinner. I am going to.
You can if you want to. There's nothing stopping you.
Fish's immediate concern was like, oh no, where is Howard going?
Howard, if you don't mind finishing up with straightening up the bedroom, it is going to start getting late soon, so I'm going to step into the kitchen and I'll start working on dinner. I was going to make an Alfredo sauce from scratch, and it will be time consuming, and I want to make sure that we can both go to bed on time for work tomorrow. So
That seems like a reasonable task, and we'll do that. That just be so clear. I was joking before, but like this feels like a lot more in line with what Howard would actually do. So,
so Cynthia is going to step into the kitchen. She straightens up a bit. Howard from the other room can hear like the slight clanging of pots and pans as Cynthia puts things away to straighten up the space enough to be able to cook for the evening. And as the burner on their stove clicks alive to start boiling water, she reaches down and pulls the note out of her shoe. And she's going to read it.
Let's call that an undefined act. And I will read the note out to you. She reads it to herself, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You are enough. You will have good days and bad days. Do what you can, when you can, and trust that when you can't, someone else will bear the weight. This has been formally discovered by you now. It is signed David Rossi. And it is now narrative truth. I will remind you, if you are caught with it on you, it will cease to be narrative truth, and it will enter my investigation deck as opposed to existing in your side of the game. If you don't have it on you, and I'm saying this more for the sake of us all learning the game together than anything else, so I will not always be reminding you all of this. If you do not have it on you, I cannot take it from you.
Cynthia reads it. And while the burner on her stove begins to heat up, she thinks of what happened on the television this morning. She thinks of her own memories of her past. She thinks of the progress that she and Howard have made, even if it's not necessarily what she truly wants for herself deep down. And just when she feels the burn of tears start to touch the edge of her eyes, she crumples up the note and she eats it and swallows it.
Okay, that's going to be a hide something, I think. Okay, so
I thought you were going to burn it.
So that is that's a D6 roll, please.
5.
Okay. All right. Do you still have a little bit of action economy left? Do you wind down and or do anything else?
Yeah, I think she winds down by making dinner, directing Howard to clean up the rest of the house,
D6 for that, and then you can bring it down from a 3 to a 2.
That was a 3.
Okay. Okay. So that brings us to the end of the leisure phase, and we enter sleep. Sleep includes promotions, demotions, and interrogations. Both of you describe to me briefly what you do to go to sleep. It's not an act. Like it won't require anything like that. I just need to know.
Fish, you're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank God. I was panicking that I may have accidentally said the forbidden number, but I was muted, so no one knows anything. I did not, in fact, say the forbidden number. I don't know what you mean. I said 7. 7 lies down and stares at their ceiling and just like they breathe this sigh, this like really hefty sigh of this was a rough day. And it wasn't supposed to be a rough day. It was supposed to be a very simple watch this person do their job day. And then it turned into a hey, all of your values are getting tested right this moment. And 7 feels this wave of stress kind of crash over them as they close their eyes and try to fall asleep.
For Cynthia, her nightly routine is fairly simple. She is a woman that works very people facing, so she's very meticulous about things like skincare and hygiene when preparing to rest for the evening. But I think tonight the variation in this routine is as she is washing her face in the bathroom mirror and she looks at herself, she thinks about that note and she thinks to herself, you are enough and you have the potential to continue being enough, even if it feels like we are stuck in the same place right now. There's always tomorrow. And she goes to bed.
You both are startled awake inside of a concrete room. You were both brought in for interrogation. There is a metal table across from which you both see Roberta seated with a folder open, unharmed. Who would like to go first? You are in separate rooms.
What? I think that's what 7 says. 7 just says what.
I need for that reaction a good think test. And we'll start with 7.
Okay. We'll go above guilt, which is out of 3.
I want to be clear, this is
forbidden
during
number.
the context of an interrogation.
Mhm.
If you fail, you will not be able to take stress to succeed. You will be vaporized, or you will sell someone out, or you will spend a love point. Selling someone out and spending a love point will indeed give you an injury that you cannot get rid of with winding down. You need to get medical attention to get rid of it.
Okay. Well, I rolled the forbidden number, which is higher than 3.
Okay.
And so that will push fear up by 1 to a 5.
Why did you lie to your auditor today?
I didn't.
Do you think I'm lying to you now?
I don't know what I think.
Do you make a habit of not knowing what you think?
Yes, because I'm not meant to. I'm simply meant to report back.
What about what you see? Can you tell me what you see?
I like in general or today.
It's a simple question.
I took notes about what I saw today. I submitted them to the audit officer.
Can you tell me what you see right now?
I see a person that no longer exists.
Do you make a habit of seeing people who don't exist? That seems impossible.
No.
Folder opens. Picture picked up. It's the picture from your apartment. Who do you see?
I see me.
Is that the only person that you see?
I am going to. Is this a situation where I would also call upon values checks for myself?
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
I was probably going to call one
Yeah.
on you now,
Yeah.
but yes.
I was gonna do a tell no lies and say yes. That's all. I only see me. And that's gonna be I'm gonna roll over guilt, which is out of 3, and I rolled a forbidden number that does not exist. It's a number that is higher than 3.
What does that push it up?
That pushes up. We'll say uh we'll say fear. Fear goes up to a 6, which gives me a traumatic fear memory. And resets it to 3. And we'll say the traumatic memory is just having a lot of trauma today. There's a lot of trauma happening to 7 today. 7. I think 7's traumatic memory is that they get hit with this wild, surreal experience of imagining their sibling in this exact room, in this exact predicament, of like this kind of vision flashes across their brain of like the table, like this must have been what happened, kind of deal. And so they just it's like a moment of this was them, and it's just a fear, big fear.
I will give you another chance to correct your answer from before. Because I believe in you. 7. I see great potential in you. The Conglomerate sees great potential in you. That is why we trust you so much to be our ears among the people, to help us ensure that we do not miss anything that we ought to hear. What do you see in front of you now?
Nobody.
Do you need to take a value test?
I do need to take a values test. That's a tell no lies. That's I'm gonna be rolling above guilt, which is currently at a 3. I want to roll above guilt. I rolled a 3, so I am going to the traumatic memories push the emotion up by 1. So I'd need to activate a happy memory, correct? Okay. I'm activating a happy memory. I can't activate a happy memory. That's the wrong emotion. I lied. I got a 3 on a values test. That is 3. And that means that I am pushing anger down by 1.
Are you going to spend a love to succeed? Or are you going to sell someone out?
think Seven's gonna sell Joan out.
Go ahead.
Seven kind of sits there for a moment in this wave of like big confusion and uncertainty as to like what is really being asked of them. They're trying to find the right answers to this pop quiz essentially. And in this kind of confusion, they say something to the effect of, I've just been distracted all day. There was a conglomerate official who just, I was a little distracted at lunch, and I should have taken better notes. And I'm
Okay. I believe you. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty and your responsibility, and for always putting the conglomerate above all. And I'm going to need a conglomerate unity test.
okay. That's good. I have to roll over fear, which is a 3, and I rolled a 6. So I am pushing despair up by 1 to a 5.
Of course, when I say conglomerate above all, most of all, I mean conglomerate above you, because you would be nothing without us. Nothing but untapped, wasted, useless potential, flailing in the wind, left to rot. And I would like a selflessness test, please.
That's such a specific thing to say to me. That's bad, so I have to roll under despair, which is currently at a 5. And I rolled the forbidden number, so I passed. And I am pushing fear up by 1 to the forbidden number.
The injury you took, by the way, is a minor injury.
Okay.
You felt a glitch in your hardware, something that seemed to overheat a bit, and that discomfort's not going to go away until you get it looked at. You're going to increase your stress permanently by 1 based on that until you get it looked at. That was for Joan. I'm glad that you understand your place in the conglomerate. We all must do our part in this family. It is not for everyone in the family to sit at the head of the table. What would that even mean? They can't all be heads of the table. You understand your place, right? And I need a good think roll, please.
That is good. I'm going to roll over guilt. That is, guilt is at a 3. I rolled a forbidden number. So I passed, and I am pushing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm pushing anger up by 1.
It is good to see that you understand. We are glad to know that we can count on you. We're going to come back to you at the end of the other interrogation, but please know for now, above table, you take 1 trust, which allows you to be promoted or to take a class act. We can deal with that in promotion. And you also take 1 hope for surviving this interrogation. Cynthia, you see the same person sitting across from you. Why would you keep secrets when we have been nothing but good to you?
I've not kept any secrets.
Nothing else to report, then?
Nothing, professionally or personally.
There is nothing to share about your workplace or what happened at it today that you have not shared with us already.
Nothing that wasn't shared with the auditors that was of note.
I see. And nothing about anyone in your life who matters to you.
Nothing negative. In fact, my husband and I were speaking today about expanding our family.
So do you think we made a mistake? Do you believe that the conglomerate makes mistakes?
No.
Bringing you here for this.
In fact, I believe my scolding the other day is what pushed us to reconcile. It was necessary.
And why do you think this interrogation is necessary? If you did nothing, as you say, if you did not hold anything back, are you accusing us of making a mistake in bringing you in now?
Never.
Then why are you here?
I presume there are follow-up questions from my audit earlier today. As I instructed the auditor, I would be open to answering any and all follow-up questions that they may have.
And does this strike you as customary process for that?
I have never been asked follow-up questions before.
Are you always this evasive?
I apologize if I seem as though I am coming off as evasive. Rather, I have just never experienced this particular situation before.
What did you think of Roberta today? And I need a good think roll.
Because this is Roberta. Okay, all right. I am going to try and roll above guilt, which is currently a 3. I rolled a 5.
Okay. I'm going to clarify something for you to make sure that it is clear above table. Roberta was executed in front of all of you. You do not know if Roberta was vaporized or not. You see Roberta seated in front of you, asking these questions. You just passed your good think test. Proceed.
I think Cynthia takes a beat before saying, well, much like my situation, necessary for progress.
Let's talk about your situation. Are you ready to set aside your petty concerns about your little meaningless life and do with it what needs to be done for the sake of the conglomerate?
Always.
This is going to be a selflessness test.
Mm-hmm. I am going to attempt to roll under despair, which is a 5. That is a 1.
I'm sorry, you said under, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what are you pushing up?
I'm going to push up my sadness to the forbidden number.
I want to believe you, Cynthia. I really do. I believe in you. Big Brother believes in you. That's right, Big Brother knows who you are, Cynthia, if you could imagine such a thing. Because Big Brother takes a meaningful interest in all of us. And he sent me here, personally, to make sure that I do everything I can to save you from yourself. To let you know that it's not too late. You can be one of us. You can make more of yourself in this world. And in so doing, you can make more of this world. I need you to report anyone and anything that you have to report. It's so important. Understand, I'm here to help you, okay? I'm here to help you. I want to help you. Please help me help you. Please help me help you. And I need a conglomerate unity test, please.
I'm going to attempt to roll above anger, which is a 3 currently. That is a 2.
Would you like to be vaporized, to sell someone out, or to spend a love point? I will remind you, selling someone out and spending a love point both come with an injury. You will not be able to take the stress from that injury down until you get medical attention. You need to get medical attention in relation to your trust level.
I'll use a love point.
What does that look like?
It's similar to how she felt in her audit today. Cynthia has faults. Cynthia wants to have the upper hand. She wants to stay on top as she can, because that means that she is safe. She grew up prole. She knows what that means. And she wants that for herself. And she's willing to make sacrifices for that. She's willing to drag herself through this miserable marriage that she's in and try to make it as happy as possible, even if they are miserable together, to make it work. And she's willing to do that for the people she works with as well, even if some of them are blasé when it comes to their duties and their responsibilities. And she knows that some of them are. And even if she couldn't care less about whether or not they stay where they are or move up in the world, she can't find it in herself that young, naive, prole girl who grew up hoping to see her parents not have to be so scared all the time anymore, to rat any of them out. And it pushes her to a place of hardened perseverance as she steels herself and her expression. And she looks to this Roberta who is pleading with her, and she says, I have nothing more to report. My building is one of the most well run in the area, as far as I'm concerned. We help each other for the betterment of the conglomerate.
Okay. That is good to hear. Conglomerate above all.
Conglomerate above all.
Conglomerate above all. Faster next time. It'll do you good. And both of you were interrogated the same night. Both of you were taken at about the same time. Both of you were returned at about the same time. And at the end of both of your interrogations, that you both survived. So Cynthia should add 1 trust that could be used for a promotion or an additional class act, and 1 hope for surviving the interrogation. At the end of both of your interrogations, you see the woman who you know as Roberta smile and flicker and disappear. Even with the unfolding of the folder, with the holding up of the picture, you were alone in the room, both of you, the whole time. This was a hologram. Perhaps it was a hologram of Roberta. Perhaps it was a hologram of someone else speaking through an image that looked like Roberta. Perhaps it was for the safety of your interrogator. You're never going to know. When you are done being interrogated, the door to your room in which you nearly lost your life swings open. You don't see anyone on the other side. You are alone, and you are unshackled. Do you leave the room?
I think Seven's too scared to move.
And Cynthia?
She waits.
No one comes.
She waits for...
You can't hear anything outside either.
She waits for 5 minutes exactly before she slowly gets up to leave.
No one stops you. Seven, you lose consciousness at some point. You're not sure how. You awaken back home. And Cynthia, you're not sure how you got home. Feels like a dream. Fades like a dream. Except for whatever parts you think you hold on to. We are in the sleep phase still, and we are going to do the housekeeping we need to do. Both of you receive messages of recommendation from your audits. You're both recommended for promotion. Take an additional trust. That means if you are a level 1 bureaucrat, you can go straight up to Conglomerate Official. You can take 1 class act either before or after your promotion and go up to a level 2 bureaucrat, being an officer. Or you can take 2 class acts at your current level of bureaucrat, level 1. But then you won't be taking that promotion that they have just offered you. And if you are a bureaucrat level 2, you will end up, even if you take the promotion to Conglomerate official, needing to take at least one class act, either before or after that promotion, or you stay where you are at the level of officer and you take 2 class acts at that level. What are the 2 of you going to decide to do?
This is what she's always wanted, right? Cynthia will shoot up to Conglomerate official.
Okay, as you do that, you actually take a class act with your promotion. So you can take 1 class act. So you'll spend the 2 trust to get up to 5 trust. You're there now. You are going to be able to take a class act at the level of Conglomerate official.
Okay.
So you're not going to, unless you get demoted, which is not easy to do, you are not going to be able to take any class acts below Conglomerate official. You can still use the ones you already had from below that. But the new one that you take and any new ones that you take subsequently will need to be at that level, your current level. So if you want, think about it. If you think of one before we wrap tonight, let me know here. If not, let me know after. What about 7?
I think 7 has been thoroughly terrified, and doesn't see themselves as being, in some like weird twisted way, deserving of promotion.
Okay.
And so we'll take 2 level 2 class acts, which I will let you know later.
Okay. I will let you know above table that the pro who left the note was taken into interrogation and vaporized. All that your characters will know, if they know anything, particularly Cynthia, will see if 7 is there again tomorrow or in the future, is that that person doesn't show up there anymore. You never learn their name. You never said a word to them. And you'll never see them again. Joan was taken into interrogation. You'll find out what happened to Joan tomorrow. And that is our sleep phase and our full day. We are going to enter the de-rolling process. This is opt-in, not opt-out. If there is any part of it that you don't want to be a part of, you don't have to. And if there is anything that you prefer to not have be recorded to be shared with an audience, we can do that after, instead of during this recorded part. We are using this to exit the magic circle. So I am no longer Big Brother. I'm Danny.
Hi.
You are not 7. You're Fish. Hi. And you are not Cynthia. You're Anna. We will go through as much of this process as you'd like now. It has 4 steps. I recommend you have them open in front of you if that's helpful. On the PDF, it is page 137, Chapter 8, Post-Game Debrief. If you're using the version of the text that has the Big Brother stuff excised, the page numbers are going to be different. But you're going to want to go to
Preface
this.
111. One word. Preface 111.
Copy. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Step 1, questions to help you getting out of character. And I will say before we do that, if any of these steps, in any of these steps, anyone can opt out of answering. No one is obligated to participate. Cut it to the emotional chase is recommended. Avoid simply retelling the game. Debriefing is intended to process the emotional content. Focus on your emotions. Avoid making assumptions about others. Make sure everyone gets the chance to speak for roughly the same amount of time. Set a time limit for sharing, say 5 minutes per story. Do not interrupt or comment. So we don't have to make it quite as firm as 5 minutes, but let's try to let each other get it out. If there's a normal flow of conversation, we can absolutely do that. This is more about protecting everybody's time so that nobody is left speaking less because they might, be a little bit more given to make room for other people. Step 1, questions to help you getting out of character. The process begins with a session where you transition back from your player character to your real selves. Choose 1 to 2 questions from the list on the next page. You're going to start by reflecting on your character's experiences and emotions during the game, then take turns asking each other questions to help separate yourselves from the characters. I would like for each of us to pick a question for each of us. So I'll pick one for Fish, one for Anna. You'll each do the same for each of the other 2 people since there's only 3 of us here. Would you all like to go first? Would you like for me to go first? I don't have to do my 2 in a row. We can do it however we want.
What kind? Sorry, where in this does it have any examples for the kinds of questions we can ask?
Yes, on the next page of the PDF, it is all example
138?
questions. 138. It's example questions. So the ones that I've been doing that you'd be familiar with now, when we're doing this a little quicker with a bigger group, is something about your character that you admire and would like to take with you, something about your character that you dislike and would like to leave behind. We can do those if we want. We could all 3 do those if we want. But since it's just the 3 of us, I'm offering up the fuller version of the debriefing so that we can show the audience what this is like. And I can give you all the option to ask other things if you want to ask other things and to answer other things. If somebody asks you a question you don't want to answer, we can move to a different one if you still want to answer something.
Go for it.
Oh.
I'm just umming.
I was going to say, I really like this question. And I would love to ask it to both of you because I feel like it's particularly relevant for this session. But think about a decision your character made during the game that you wouldn't agree with. How did you approach role-playing that decision?
I can answer this one. I, Fish, the person, am very rigid in my morality, in how I live my life. And that's something that I really rely on when I evaluate how I feel about myself. Basically, everything boils down to, do I consider myself a good person? And that is most important over everything to me. And 7 made a lot of decisions today that Fish, the person, would have rather died on the sword instead of doing. And I approached role-playing that decision by just being very honest about the fact that I, Fish, the person, really hated it. Because it's really difficult. It's really, especially for me, this is going to show up in my sparkle when I share it with the rest of y'all, but like I really struggle with making decisions that are like so morally opposed to who I am as a person in character. And like I know that my character isn't me, and the whole point of the game is to test what does a person do when it comes down to the pressure of it, and I wanted to explore what that would look like for 7, but it's hard to be in the brain of someone who would make such a morally opposing decision to who I am as a person. And so I really tried to approach that by allowing myself to fall out of character, and let myself kind of touchstone back to, I, Fish the person, am not 7 the character.
Yeah. For me, can I just say all of it? Is it cheating? Can it just be like my entire night?
Eli's gonna teleport in here.
Yeah. It's rough. It's rough out there, friends. I will say, especially since we are recording this for an audience, so I don't want to give the wrong impression, and also for the 2 of you, because I love playing with the 2 of you. I'm really grateful that we got to play this together tonight, right? We did some really tough stuff of a specific sort tonight, and I'm really, really grateful that I got to do it with the two of you. I think both of you would be really good at playing Big Brother, and I think that it would be an interesting experience at the very least for you to try it out. So I don't want to misrepresent the experience. It's fun. In a fucked up way, it's fun, right? To have all your fiddly bits, right? And track it because the game is designed so well at a game design level. You do that stuff. And I ended up tonight with a flood of suspicion points that made it so that I was having to scramble in a couple of situations to spend fast enough so that my cap on how many I can have for each of you wouldn't lead to me just wasting them. And I felt at a gameplay level like I wanted to do that because I wanted to get all of my invisible fiddly bits that mean nothing and not leave them there because I wanted to do a good job playing Big Brother because I wanted to play this game as well and as correctly as I could. For the sake of you, for the sake of Ewan who designed it, for the sake of the story, the audience, right? And for myself, because I like being good at things. Who doesn't like being good at things, right? That so fucking perfectly models what it's like to be complicit in autocracy. I cannot begin to fucking express what it feels like more accurately than that without you just feeling it, without you just being in this chair doing this, right? Because I know how hard it is for your characters when I do that. And I know that there's a degree to which you're feeling what your characters are feeling. And you're my friends who I like, who I trust, who trust me, right? And I make sure to keep it safe. And I make sure to be attentive and deliberate with how I do it. But I do it. I go all in on it. And that's real complicated to process internally in the context of what we're doing. And it's a really important lesson to keep in mind when dealing with actual real world authoritarianism and autocracy and thinking about the decisions that we would make in real life when faced with these things, that we do make in real life when faced with these things. Mm. So, decisions how did I role play making decisions that I wouldn't want to make in real life? It's very hard to get specific and say one thing or another because the whole thing is an exercise in kind of a form of dissociation. Obviously, I'm also performing, right? This is an actual play. And there are places where I'm acting, right? Where I need to deliver emotion, where I have to be specific about performance for the sake of the audience and for the sake of all of you to sell the reality that we're in, to communicate it clearly, to signpost, hey, this is what's happening, to create the ambiguity, to create the tension. Okay. The game makes the process of dehumanizing the characters from the perspective of Big Brother effortless, right? Me, Danny, the real person, sees the humanity of them and feels it. You saw that moment where I definitely did something I wasn't supposed to do as Big Brother and stepped in to warn not Cynthia, you, Anna, about what would happen if you pulled that note out. If you pulled that note out, it's not guaranteed, but it would be very difficult to imagine that Cynthia was alive right now, right? So I suppose I let myself have a treat there, right? And I gave myself an escape valve from the tension but I didn't even do that consciously. I didn't do it on purpose. You know, it happened before I could think better of it or stop myself, and then I called it out so that we could deal with that directly, right? That I did that, and because I also want to make it clear to the audience that like that's not what Big Brother's supposed to do, right? I think it's fine that it happened. I think that's part of why we're doing this. I think it's okay when some of us, some of our real selves, bleeds into what we're doing. You know, because we're here together to do something with this story. And from my perspective, it is about finding hope in the nightmare, in each other, right? It's about showing that even when we can't collapse the inevitable, we can't defeat death, we can't, in our day to day lives, gain superpowers and, go knock over the autocratic systems and structures that govern our lives. We can make meaning in our connections with each other and in our acts of transgression. Very deliberately, Ewan thought a lot about theater of the oppressed when designing this game. The most notable quote from it that I know of off the top of my head, to paraphrase, is theater is not revolutionary, but it is rehearsal for the revolution. And this is that. I like that I broke out of myself to transgress, even though I'm really not supposed to as Big Brother. I like what it says about me that happened without me meaning to. I got through doing all of the stuff because I knew that we did the safety work we needed to handle it, that we're still doing it as we go, here for each other. I did it because I know it's what we together as a community need me to do for the story that we're telling together. So, as an act of service that is not in service of what I'm representing, it is in service of fighting what I'm representing. So that makes it a little easier for me to get through it. And then, honestly, in a way that doesn't make me look as good as the thing I just said, the game design helped me get through it, because the game design makes it fun to do the bad things that I do and makes it easier to be distant from the characters that it hurts.
For the next question to ask as the two of you, I am going to pick, who are you in real life? Share something about yourself that you feel is central to your identity.
I'm a very introverted extrovert, I suppose is the word. In my real life, I love my friends. I would do anything for my friends. And I feel like that's something I have such a difficult time not doing when I make characters. Because I grew up in a very small, tight knit community. And in those small, tight knit communities, especially if you are somebody who doesn't necessarily, like, within that small, tight knit community, you are a part of an even smaller, tighter community that doesn't quite fit in to that mold. You look out for each other. You look out for each other a lot. And that's something I have a lot of experience with growing up. And that's something I find myself still gravitating toward now, is those same communities. And the people that I love, my friends and my family, mean the absolute world to me. and I do anything for them. And that is just central to who I am. Like I throw myself in front of any of my friends to protect them. And so that's just something that makes me me, which makes playing a game like this so fucking hard. when when you're playing a character who the way that I designed Cynthia, God bless her, I kind of designed her to die and she's still here. So um but Cynthia is an individual who, as was kind of referenced today, grew up being prole, um, and worked her way up in a way that she thought was appropriate and necessary at the time. And while she still has some of those values of wanting to look out and protect the little guy or people like her, she also wants to get ahead. And while she hasn't had to make any major sacrifices yet to do that, I think it'll catch up to her eventually, which is something that scares me, Anna, above table, so deeply.
Yeah. For me, who am I? I am somebody who cares enough about these kinds of topics that I keep finding ways for us to tell stories about them, and systems like this that are built for it, and systems that aren't built for it and can still be used for it. I bring it to everything that I'm doing. I'm bringing it more and more to the stuff that I'm doing. And I'm doing it in public as an act of, I don't know, something. To see who I can reach that cares about these things as much as I do, and to see what I can do with art made in community to inspire other people to do something, whatever they want to do. That's not up to me. That's their part. And to feel less alone in engaging with it. And part of that is also wanting to encourage them to pick up really wonderful tools for collaborative co-creation and for community engagement and community building, which are how I see these games, and grab onto them themselves. So I put so much time and effort into what I do in this space now because it is very highly important to me. And it is highly important to me as the way that I am primarily at this moment, right now, while we're talking about this, funneling my artistic expression, because it is largely unmediated, because it is communally constructed, uh, and therefore it can be radically egalitarian and at the same time thoroughly political, very fully embracing what it is that we want to do without being censored by what I could do, and I don't know, film or TV or whatever, that would require more resources. And with those resources come strings, and comes censorship, and comes compromise. Uh, so, who I am in my real life is why I'm here doing this, right? Um, I love a lot of things. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I love my family, I'm close to my parents. Um, I live multi generationally in the household that I'm in. The time that I have with the people who I'm close to, them, my friends, my chosen family, which includes them, which includes my
Oh,
kid. It's all right. I'm sure that she'll be able to reconnect in a moment.
all right.
Um, uh, and I'll catch her up. Um, the time I have with the people that I love is the thing that matters most to me in my whole life. And it's because of them that I am afraid of the actual authoritarian nightmare that we live in right now and the ways that that is growing. And it's because of that that I am choosing to be very, very future focused in a way that lets me choose to go on the internet and be incredibly straightforward about who I am and about what I believe at a time when our government in this country is officially in actual specific paperwork they're putting out stating that they can come after me for both. Maybe they won't. They're not really doing it a lot yet, right? It doesn't feel that dramatic yet. But the reality is that they can. Just because I'm against fascism or because I like anarchist philosophy or because of who I am, right? But I want to live in a world where my daughter can be who she is. I want to be in a world where the people I love can all be who they are. I want you all to be who you are. And this is what I can do. There's a lot of shit I'm not good at, and there's a lot of shit I don't know, but I'm good at this, and I know how to do this. So that's what I'm doing. And I hope everybody does what they can do. Right? So Anna lost power, unfortunately. So we can probably call it here if you'd like. I can ask you a question if you want for the derolling process.
Sure.
Consider the moral framework or beliefs of your character that they adhere to in the game. How do they contrast with your own values?
Seven, I think, believes themselves to be a good person. Seven sees themselves as someone who's just trying very hard to exist in a world that benefits off of their labor, their very continuous labor. But I think that exists with a caveat of Seven has yet to learn that your continued existence cannot be at the direct expense of the people around you. And that's one place where I, Fish, fundamentally differ from Seven, and that like I answered this a little bit with the last question. I'm just like, I really pride myself on the rigidity of my morals, and it really bothers me when I have to make decisions in character about like selling people out. That's rough. It's rough because I, Fish the person, would never. And seven's not at that point yet. Seven hasn't learned that yet. Seven's still getting to that point, and I hope Seven gets there. But at the moment, Seven's moral framework doesn't account for the fact that other people are also just doing their best.
Yeah, it's hard to learn, and it's harder to learn in a pressure cooker that is deliberately isolating you and undercutting your sense of reality at every turn. Right.
Yep.
Given that Anna dropped. We don't have to do the rest of the derolling. The next steps, so that everybody knows, are share your feelings, where you share how you felt during different parts of the game, including moments of tension, excitement, sadness, or joy. Validate each other's feelings. Everybody's invited to share their thoughts for about 5 minutes. I think I've done some of that on my side already. Burning desire would be, does anybody have something you immediately want to get off your chest? And then most intense moment would be after that. Ask everybody in turn to share their most intense moment in a clockwise formation. Most intense moment can feature any sort of emotion, happy, sad, or otherwise. If people have more than one moment to share, you can choose to do another round if the group wishes.
I mean, I already talked about my most intense moment. It was ratting out the prole and also ratting out Joan. Like, just the act of ratting someone out is so contradictory to who I am as a person.
Yeah. And then share good memories. So share your favorite memories or moments from the game is step 3. These positive memories do not have to be happy memories for your characters. It's your personal experiences that's in focus. So reminisce about enjoyable interactions, memorable scenes, or successful outcomes. Allow everyone to take turns sharing positive experiences and listen attentively to each other's stories. So example questions are, what was your favorite moment from the game and why? Was there a particular scene or interaction that stood out to you as especially fun or memorable? What are you proud of accomplishing during the game?
My favorite part of this game was when I got to pop in going, "'Tis I, Howard."
That was funny. That was very funny.
That was my favorite. Or the part where I was like, "'Tis I, the table." Like, I just, out of character little quips, they bring me joy, especially when we're in such a tense moment. Like, you're being surveilled by the autocracy. Wahaha! Like, it's like, oh, haha, 'tis I. Everybody
Yeah.
else.
That's fair. For me, I talked a little bit before about how I liked that, like, I broke containment, and I was like, no, I can't just let this happen right now. I'm free. But no, in terms of what I'm proud of accomplishing during the game, I think the thing I'm actually proudest of is I feel like I'm challenging all of you where you want to be challenged. It's the what you water grows thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I make it hurt where you tell me you want me to make it hurt, because that's what you want to explore with your characters. And that is the most important accomplishment that I think I have in this game and will have in this game throughout the whole course of us doing it. Because that's the whole fucking point of why we're here. And it's, I think, the most important thing that I can do as Big Brother, right? That be what I do time and time again. I make it hurt where you tell me you want me to make it hurt. Because then I'm not making it hurt anywhere else. And I'm making it hurt in the ways that are most exciting, and we are all most enthusiastically excited to explore.
We're telling the story we want to tell.
Right.
And that's the whole
together. Yeah. Because it's more important. It's always important to have enthusiastic consent for everything. It's more important in this kind of dynamic that enthusiastic consent be our whole focus, right? Be the only thing that we're embracing, because that's what makes it safe for us to do the tough stuff, right? The last step, which we don't have to do on camera, but so everybody knows, is write a note, capital N note. Instead of writing the note as if it were from an in-game character to another in-game character, consider what you would write on a hidden note to give a future finder a glimmer of hope and connection.
I would argue that this is something that I do all the time.
Okay.
With the art that I create. In that, like, I leave doodles everywhere. I leave little notes everywhere, and I think I would argue that this is something that, like, is naturally, I feel like this is more naturally incorporated into people's lives than they think that they do, just by virtue of creation.
Yeah. I like to think that what we get together to do here, not just in this game, but in all the stories we tell together, what we did in Radical Resonance, what we did in the Canto that we shared in Inferno, what we've been doing in the other stuff that we've been filming that hasn't come out yet, and the stuff that we're going to film. I like to think that we seed stuff in there, that I, for my part, am able to help seed stuff in there, since that's the focus of the note here, that gets across some of this. And, I was in last night, I did, at the time of the filming of this, I did a Pride fundraiser live on a different channel. And I had the opportunity that I was able to take in a couple places to be extremely explicit, talking directly to camera about what my beliefs are and what the point of that is and what I think that may mean for people who might be listening to this, if it feels like it resonates with them. And I think that is how I like to write this kind of note, and to some degree, some of what I've said during this de-rolling process might serve that same purpose, right? Where I've talked about, this is what I'm doing, this is why I'm doing it, this is what you can do with this or other things similarly if you want. And that hopefully that gives a sense of hope and connection. I don't know. And that is the de-rolling process, the fullness of it. Obviously, it was cut short to some degree because, unfortunately, we lost Anna. Hi, Anna. During part of that process. But at least we've been able to show the audience what the totality of it is. If you pick up this game, I highly recommend you go through this. Ewan said in the long interview that I was able to do with him, because he was very generous with his time, that if he could make anything compulsory in this game, he would make the de-rolling process compulsory. So for whatever that's worth, keep that in mind. Thank you for joining us, and have a great night.